My name is Aaron Cottrell, and I believe in freedom, especially medical freedom, which is currently under threat here on Kauai and all of Hawaii. A recent event, Keep Vaccinations Optional, happened here on Kauai, and I was able to film that and also meet with the doctors and one of their speakers the next day. They shared about what we can do to preserve our freedom and also great information for those looking to make informed choice on this topic. So I hope that you decide to get involved and share this with a friend. It'll be up on my YouTube channel after it airs on Ho'ike. You can find me at AJC Kauai on YouTube and other platforms as well. So hope you enjoy the program, and let's look out for each other. Aloha. Good morning, Kauai. I'm here with Dr. Ryan Cole, Dr. Robert Malone, and Mickey Willis, who came here on a mission of love and aloha for the people of Kauai and all of Hawaii. And I'm with them this morning to ask some questions and get some information for you, my fellow people of Kauai. So, Mickey, would you like to kick it off?
Absolutely. So we're here because all of Hawaii is kind of a testing ground for a larger agenda of total control, of loss of liberties and our human rights. And it's shocking to the rest of the world knowing that Hawaii has always kind of been the holy grail that we all want to go vacation at and visit. We see it as paradise, and that it's so rich in culture and soil that grows all the food and medicine that people could possibly need, yet there are elected leaders that somehow believe in synthetic drugs over the power of nature and are wanting to keep COVID vaccines available for children, which has already been proven very disastrous and unnecessary. Also wanting to strip away any kind of religious or any kind of exemptions to once again force children to be fully vaccinated before they can attend school. And this is archaic. This is something that should be completely dead. The idea of something like this should not exist anymore in this age after what we all just witnessed. We've seen it, we're seeing it every single day. We're seeing the repercussions of allowing a untested experimental product to be injected into the bloodstream of people. We're now recognizing the alarming climb in heart conditions and cancers and a myriad of other problems. And so to even consider that that's something that's necessary, particularly here in one of the healthiest, most vibrant locations on planet Earth, is wild. So wild that I will tell you that we're very busy doing the things that we're doing, and we dropped everything to come here because we recognize that there is a real powerful opportunity here for Hawaii, instead of being the guinea pig in the situation, to literally become a prototype of how the people stand up for themselves and for their children, and to show the rest of the world how possible that is. And I think there's no better place to bring that possibility to life than right here in Kauai and all of Hawaii.
That's beautiful. Thank you.
You're welcome.
You know, as I was reflecting on what Mickey just said about nature and about paradise, in the outside world, we get the perception that, it's the uber wealthy that are here on the islands, but it is the common people that make this all work. And it's the common man, the common woman putting their hard work into making paradise feel and look like paradise. And as he mentioned nature, and I'm an organic farmer, my friend Dr. Malone here is a organic farmer as well. That sense of earth and aina and nature. As I've been here on the islands many times over the years, I walk the beach and I see the seals with caution tape all around them. We protect nature. I see the nene walking in front of the pools here at the hotel, protected. No intervention, letting nature be nature. You can't get too close to the whales when they're calving. Nature be nature. And yet the leaders, and again, as Mickey said, ground zero, the time is now, the legislature is coming together. They want to make sure that you don't get to be your natural self. They want to control what does and doesn't go into you, what you can and can't do as a human being with your own body, and then hypocritically protecting all nature around it and not intervening. And just the contrast, the hypocrisy, the irony. And why are we here? Because we want the people to wake up. It's your opportunity to protect who you are, to protect this beautiful history, to protect this culture, but to protect your autonomy, your bodily integrity, your freedom of choice. And what do? Get involved, raise your voice, let your neighbor know, let your neighbor's neighbor know, and bring those values that you have together as a community. I don't care if you're red, white, blue, purple, green as a political party. It doesn't matter. What matters is you live on the beautiful island of Kauai here, for those listening to this, and these beautiful islands of Hawaii, and you know the beautiful history you have. Don't let it be violated by just a corrupt few.
Thank you so much. Dr. Malone.
Cut straight to the point. The reason why we have come from the mainland out here is because we were asked by activists, grassroots activists, to help them to help the people of Hawaii to understand that their freedoms are at risk right now, and that the governor and his associates want to take away their current ability to obtain a religious or philosophical exemption for them or their children for vaccine mandates that the governor wants to impose. What's really happening here is that in response to Secretary Kennedy's work to bring the vaccine schedule, the childhood vaccine schedule, in which your children are subjected to up to 85 injections of these vaccine products, beginning at a very early age. And they are bringing it back in alignment with the rest of the world. The United States, and under Dr. Green, Governor Green, Hawaii will have the most aggressive vaccine schedule for children in the world. And Secretary Kennedy and the president are bringing that back into alignment with worldwide norms for developed countries, which means that instead of 85 or so injections, your children will now have something like, under that schedule, if you don't object, something in the range of mid-30s, total number of injections by the time they become adults. And Governor Green doesn't like that. Governor Green is aligned with the governors of the Western State Alliance, and he wants to take away the ability of your children, the ability of you as parents to object to these vaccine mandates. He wants to require and close off any options for you or your children to opt out of this aggressive schedule, which has been proven to not really have that much of an impact on public health. This is really a overwrought vaccine schedule. Now, we're not anti-vaccine. Matter of fact, I spent my entire career developing vaccines. But we're all for the rights of individuals, for sovereignty, and the respect that you as a parent and your children have the right to decide what's best for you. That it shouldn't be Governor Green and his colleagues deciding what's best for you or your children in terms of what is going to be injected into their bodies. But it's your right as a parent to make that decision. That's why we're here. We're not saying stop the vaccines. We're saying allow individual decision making together with physician or medical care provider consultation, but that the decision should be with the parent. The decision should not be made by Governor Green. Governor Green is not a dictator. He is not in charge of your children. You are the one responsible for protecting the health and making the decisions for what is best for your children. This is absolutely aligned with international standards in terms of bioethics. The international accepted norms since the mid 20th century is that you have the right for yourself or on behalf of your children to make decisions about what medical procedures they will accept without being coerced, enticed, or compelled. That means standard medical ethics is there should be no mandates. You have the right to make a decision about what's good for you and what's good for your children. And we're here just to support that you have that right, to insist that the governor and the legislator understands that you have that fundamental right, and they are out of line constitutionally with trying to take that right away from you. So please, looking forward, join us, raise your voice, write letters, send emails, make it clear to your legislative representatives and to your governor's office and to any public health officials that you have on your email or distribution list. Make it clear to them that you're not okay with the governor acting as a dictator, telling you and your children what medical procedures they must receive. Just because he's an emergency room doctor does not give him the right to tell you and your children what medical procedures they shall receive. We're so grateful for the opportunity to be here and to contribute to this groundswell of opposition in all of the islands. We're going to be touring all the major islands, speaking about this, just trying to educate people about what their rights are, what's going on, and the true meaning of this new Western States Health Alliance that is seeking to take away your right to make decisions about what's good for you and your children. Thanks for listening.
And I think at the end of the day, you know, to the each of the points,
Do a little.
we'll switch her to the point that each of us made. I think Mickey summed it up really well last night. Robert speaks with truth, firmness, very erudite. Mickey speaks from the heart. I don't know what I say, but I say it. But at the end of the day, what Mickey brought up last night is we're here because of love. And what we want is the people to have the opportunity to express their love for their children, for each other. And again, like I said, this is not political, though there's politics involved. At the end of the day, do you love your neighbor enough to say, I will protect my neighbor? In island living, of course you do, because it's a community. It is about love. Do you love your children enough to protect them from something that may harm them? Do you love the fact that you are free, like that whale, like that seal, like that part of nature? And do you want to be kept as free as nature is? Or do you want to be subject to somebody else's whim and will? No. If you love each other, you will protect each other's autonomy and sovereignty and opportunity to be a whole, complete, natural human being with free self-determination and choice, like this nation was founded upon. And back to the peaceable actions of King Kamehameha and the founding of the whole Hawaiian kingdom, the fact that it was based in peace and love. So what can you do to get involved? Well, number one, please get involved. This is a call to action. This is on your doorstep. This is emergent. And now's the day. KeepVaccinesOptional.org. Bruce Douglas on Maui has put that together. He's the one that helped bring us here to share this message. Here in Hawaii, you can't have a statewide petition. You have to do it island by island. So in order to do this, we need enough signatures on a petition to get it on the ballot to vote, such that you can pass a measure that says, we, on this county, on this particular island, Kauai, you can pass your own initiative that no matter what the governor does, you are self-determined. So getting that signed and validated by, I forget the exact percentage that'll be on the website, but we need a lot of signatures, and we need a lot of people to just get their friends, their family, their neighbors to sign this, get that ballot initiative signed, so that it goes on the ballot and you can protect your freedoms.
Is there a deadline that we need to get this done by?
This is important. It was proposed in last year's legislation that this mandate and this taking away of all exemptions, it went through 2 committees already, but didn't make it to the end of the legislative session, which means it's going to be at the front of the line this legislative session. We're here to preempt that. Your legislative session is about to begin. If we wait until after they get rolling, it will be too late to get this initiative signed and done. So the time is pressing. And so, yes, we're under a tight timeline here to help the people protect their autonomy.
Thank you for that information.
Do I get breakfast in?
I think we're good. I think we're good.
It's
Thank
really
you.
good, Robert. I mean, it's really tasty.
That's how in service, Dr. the world, he works with food.
That's right. We'll work with you.
All right. Well, thank you so much, everyone.
Thank you, Aaron.
Aloha.
Yeah, this is great. Thanks for your efforts in getting the word out.
Yeah.
I mean, we can say all that we can, but you got the reach here on the island, and that's admire your efforts. So thank you for doing it, and just thank you for caring about your friends and neighbors and the island families.
Yeah.
If you saw Dr. Cole's presentation last night, there's a slide, my favorite slide of all the memes that you showed. And I didn't catch it the first night, but I caught it last night. It was the fish, the school of fish, and one big fish coming after, kind of like a little Pac-Man coming after the school of fish, and then the next slide is the school of fish going after the big fish. And it's about organizing. And that is so critical. It's also a shift in perspective of how the people of Hawaii see themselves in relationship to their government. That needs to flop, because the government is supposed to be the people's servant. But there's a kind of a fixed preconception that we're kind of in service to the government. We just have to be good and do what the government says to do, and then we'll be fine. That has to be flipped back to the way it's supposed to be, where we start to organize. And when I say organize, it's really important. Like the people who produce this wonderful event, they plan for a month or two, calls, frequent meetings. They organized an event. And what other event could possibly be more important than your lives and the lives of your children and the health of your children? And so it doesn't just require us to organize when we're producing a live event, but organize your life. Organize every move that's made in your life. Get together, have weekly meetings, have an online groups, and then get together in the flesh. It's super important in this digital age when we're losing connection with each other, that there's regular meetings, if it's once a week or even once a month, where people get together like they are in this tour, but regularly. Every neighborhood should have its own, community town halls happening regularly, where people are discussing, here's the latest thing. Because there were a lot of people last night. Somebody asked from stage if they were aware of what was happening here in their own neighborhood, and a lot of people didn't even know, had no idea that there's this new Act 236, which allows the governor, for really any reason, to confiscate personal property, like literally your land, if they deem that there's an invasive species on your land, which means they could plant a bug and go, we found this bug and now we're going to take your land. Most of the audience, a lot of people didn't even know that was happening. And so that's what organizing does. It keeps everyone up to speed on every one of their moves, because you have to watch every one of their moves. A lot of times these moves happen incrementally until the next thing you know, you don't recognize them until it's way too big. And then you say, well, how did that happen? And so the organizing, the constant meetings, the being in communication, having the online portals where people can communicate with each other, and particular parents that are part of one school district can keep an eye on what's happening within their school district. A lady approached me last night and she said, right here in this beautiful paradise of Kauai, our neighborhood library, in the back of the library, they have pornographic books for children. And she said, what do I do? And like who can fix this for me? And I said, you. Go to the library, get other parents that care about this, stage a protest, get your local media down there, raise hell, and rent those books, make photocopies of them, and read them online, read them in front of the camera. You'll see how quickly they tell you that's inappropriate, you can't read that on camera. No shit. That's why our children shouldn't be reading it. And shut that stuff down. You know, I mean, that's the way it works. We are the people, we get to dictate how our lives are run. And so organize and expand. Let your groups expand. And this thing is really, the power is in the hands of the people.
If I can riff off of what Mickey just said, what it comes down to is, are you a servant of the state, or is the state your servant? Is the governor serving you, or are you serving the governor? That's the big difference. And the only way that you can avoid the bureaucracy, the government, taking more power and control of your life is to, as Mickey says, organize and make it clear that they are your servants. You're not their servants.
Powerful. To the point.
Mahalo nui for being here at this time. Just inviting you all to, looks like most of the chairs are full, but we do have some space up here. So no be shy, we are all one community, one ohana. And so tonight we come together to unite in thought, to unite in aloha. As you folks make your way in, I'm gonna open up with this song, Ua Mau. This is based off of our Hawaiian state motto, Ua Mau ke ea o ka aina i ka pono. The life, the sovereignty of the land is perpetuated. It continues, it thrives in righteousness. Not self-righteousness, but instead a life of pono balance, where we live and practice aloha keakua, a love and a connection to our Creator. Aloha aina, a love and respect for our land, recognizing that we are aina too. And of course, aloha ke kahi I ke kahi, a love for one another. Getting back to a place of pono balance. Ua mau ke au ka aina I ka pono. Ua mau ke au ka aina I ka pono. Ua mau ke au ka aina I ka pono. Ua mau ke au ka aina I ka pono. The life of the land is perpetuating in righteousness. Bring pono with God the aina and your fellow man. The life of the land is perpetuating in righteousness. Bring pono with God the aina and your fellow man. Lord, show us how to teach our youth how to stand up for truth, how to live right. Mahalo nui, ohana, welcome. Again, we're just so grateful to see all of you here. And we're gonna huli this thing. Yes. Oh, I love the enthusiasm. We should be excited. We are in a time of great change. Can you folks say huli? Huli. One more time, huli. Huli. Huli means to turn, change direction. And that's what we're doing tonight. The change that we want to see, because I know we all like huli the system, right? But ultimately, the change that we want to see starts in our hearts. The huli starts in our hearts and our minds. And so I thank you for being here. Your part is so important in this movement. Every single one of you are key to this huli. And so mahalo. With that, we just want to open up with a quick blessing and just invite the spirit of truth here, our kupuna, our ancestors, as we return to a place of pono restoration, pono balance, starting at home in our hearts. E noho ali'i pono, e ho'omaka ana I loko o ko ka kona'au. May pono reign, starting in our hearts. E lana kila ka pono I ko kako, haumana ana I ko kako waha, e ho'opi'i I ka pono o ka po'e, na vali vali. May justice prevail as we open our mouths to plead the cause of the vulnerable. Ea ke kuliana. Accountability is here. Accountability is here. And we are only accountable for our own part. And Ohana, your part, again, is so important, and it's going to keep you busy for the rest of your life. And so this is how powerful it is when we are all focused on the huli in our own lives. Organically and naturally, it will overflow into our families, our communities, and the world around us, because that's what we're seeing today, is the overflow of man's heart. It's pilau. It's a time to huli. And so with that, we ask for guidance, wisdom, strength, courage, and we welcome the spirit of Pono here tonight. Mahalo nui for being a part of this change. We're turning our canoes back to a free and sovereign Hawaii. Eo. With that, I am honored to introduce Mr. Bruce Douglas. He's been the one with this big, bright idea to bring our community together, to spread awareness. And so, mahalo nui, Bruce, for your courage.
Aloha Kauai. God, this is awesome. A full house, a more than full house. So this is definitely an idea whose time has come forward. Now we have a problem in the state of Hawaii, and that problem recently has been Dr. Josh Green. He severely believes in vaccines and feels that every child should receive all vaccinations to go to school. Last legislative session, he introduced a bill in both the House and the Senate, and that bill would have made, taken away the vaccine religious and a philosophical exemption. We've always had the ability, if you don't want your school kids to get certain vaccines, you sign a piece of paper, check off the box, says it's against my philosophy, and that's it, that's all you got to do. He wants to take that away. And that would require every child to get every vaccine in the CDC schedule, which currently is up to 72 doses of up to 18 compounds, 18 vaccines. Now the CDC has been lowering that requirement. You might have just heard the news. They took it down to 11 and took some off the requirement. Woohoo! Thank you, Kennedy. However, Josh Green, along with Gavin Newsom and other West Coast, created the West Coast Initiative, the West Coast Health Alliance. And they see the number of vaccines going down from the CDC requirements. They want to make their own CDC to keep the requirements up high. Now, 10 years ago, California lost their religious exemption. California now has the world's record for the highest autism rate in the world by far. So we don't want that to happen here in Hawaii. Now this bill was, when it was put forward, the committee that hears it unanimously voted for it to go forward to the legislative floor for vote. Unanimously. Even though thousands of papers and hundreds of testimonies happened, they still unanimously put it forward. So that's not a good sign. The only good thing was that this bill was introduced partway through the legislative session. Our legislative sessions are crazy short. They go from January 21st this year to beginning of May. It's the shortest legislative session in all the country. And it timed out. It didn't have enough time to go through all the committees. It was never defeated. It timed out. And then that normally automatically rolls it forward to the 2026 legislative session. So we don't know if that's going to be put forward or not. And what this is about is to send a clear message to our legislators in the Senate and House of Representatives in the state of Hawaii. Don't even bother putting that bill forward, because we the people are going to rise up and put all means possible to stop that. So that's the message we're sending. That's what this group is about. That's what Keep Vaccinations Optional is about, focused on that. And we hope that they won't even bother to put it forward. That would be very nice. But we're going to take lemons and turn them into lemonade. Right? That's what we do. So if he's going to throw that, then we're going to throw a ton of education to people. We're going to wake everybody up, which is a golden opportunity to share that vaccines may not be a good thing for your child. I mean, a lot of people, grown-ups, experienced during COVID jabbing themselves and regretting what they did. But what we're doing to the children is beyond criminal. Beyond criminal. Especially in America with so many doses and untested, and that's what our guest speaker is going to talk about today. So, let's see if I got everything here. So we have a few other things coming up. Del Bigtree wants to come to Hawaii. And of course, they're all waiting to see how is this tour, because we started in Oahu, we had 500 people in Oahu, we have this group, we're going on from here to tomorrow to Kona, the next day Hilo, and then on Saturday on Maui. And so we're doing a 4-island, 5-venue tour, because Big Island is a big island, We also have Robert Redfield, who's a former CDC director, who he was begging and trying to block Biden and Fauci from doing what they did during COVID with the vaccines, but he was a few pay grades down from those guys and he couldn't stop it. And he warned them what would happen, and of course you know what happened. So he wants to come, and there's others who want to come. So we're going to take this with this initiative, with this, and educate the people, give you information so you can share it with others, and we're going to wake up the population of Hawaii. And of course, if Josh Green hadn't done what he did, we wouldn't have that opportunity so well. So take lemons to make it into lemonade. So one thing we want to do is to have people write their legislators. Most of you probably haven't done that before. But we're doing a preemptive action here before it even opened. The legislative session opens in January 21st this year. And before that happens, we want you to write your legislators. And each one of you on your place, on your chair, received a piece of paper, not those, I know, but you received a piece of paper who your legislators are. And right, a nice little thing that shows, where your district, so you know who your senator and your state House of Representative is. And there's an address, there's an email, there's a phone number, and if we all take it upon ourselves to communicate with our legislators, to suddenly saying, whoa, this is too hot, don't even put that on the ballot, Josh Green, don't even put it in the legislator, then that'll be a powerful message to do it. We also have these forms that we've written. Sachi, you want to hold those up? So it looks like that. It's a little piece in the top where we talk about what we don't want. And on the bottom is a space for you to add your own words and your own information to it. So you can personalize a letter rather than a form letter. Form letter is fine. But if you have your own message as to what your idea is, So for those who are interested in writing, we have the form. We don't have enough to go around to everybody, but we have, because we handed out more than we thought on Oahu, which is great. We will put it also on the keepvaccinationsoptional.org website, as was the videos of these presentations and other information. The slideshow there's going to be done. We're going to put that up. It hasn't happened yet, but wait till next week and we'll hopefully have it. But for those who'd like to have it right now, if you raise your hand and we can go around and pass out some of these, and so you come around, raise your hand, so everybody who needs it. There's one for your senator and one for your House representative. And we'll put it up on we'll put a little thing saying write your legislator, and we'll have that form so you can download it. Or you can just write your own, because you have the address now, and you have their email. You can email them, and you have their phone number, so you can call them. And if we flood the airwaves on all 4 islands, which is what we're trying to do, then that's going to send a powerful message to our legislators. Don't even bother to do this. And there brings another thing, donations. You all have a donation thing. We made this free. The other islands were asking $20 to suggested donation. We want to make it free here so everybody can feel to come, but it's not free to run this. And thankfully, we've had some beautiful donors who've given us money so we can buy flights and house our guests and do everything we need, and publicity, all those banners. You like those banners out there? Do you see them? Woohoo! Yeah, those banners rocked it, but they all cost money and all that stuff. So we're counting on you to be generous from your heart and put some money in that envelope. And if you want a credit card, we'll have the ability in the back as you leave. We'll have a credit card tapper you can tap. If you have Venmo, we're going to put a Venmo QR code up over here. Is that up yet? No, but we will. Maybe we can move that QR code up to over here so you can just put your camera on that and make a donation. But we're counting on generosity. A lot of you might not do it. And some of you, if you can get those $100,000, $500,000 donations, there's some big ticket things we want to do to bring new speakers here in the future. We also want to do a polling. We want to get a professional polling. That costs thousands of dollars, so we need some serious benefactors. We'll put some serious money in that so we can actually raise that to do that. Polling, we can show what the pulse of the people is. And oftentimes the polling that legislators get has already been rigged by the companies, and skewed, and they don't, the pharmaceutical companies are paying for most of the polling, so you know what happens when they do that. So we need to do our own polling so we can prove it. And as you leave, we'll have a box in the back as well, so you can do that and make that, because this is the heart of giving, the heart of generosity, so we can actually pull this off, because we can't do that without your donations. So, Anne-Marie, would you come up, please? Where are you, my dear? And in fact, may all that volunteer team, for a moment, I just want to honor you. You all come forward for a second. And this has been a beautiful team, this building. And this is just the start. We're just getting started.
When we put this on and we put the banners out, we had no idea if we'd get 10 people or if we'd get 10,000. We didn't know. And so it's just so heartwarming to see all you out here. We really, really appreciate you taking your time on a Tuesday night. I made 15 pounds of brownies. If you get tired, go have a brownie. Thank you so much, and thank you to all the volunteers.
So we put a team together on each island to make this happen. So this is, really great when all our islands unite. The last time we really had that was during the GMO time, and you know how that was, right? And remember that in 2014. So on Maui, our response was the Maui GMO crop moratorium and Shaka movement, and that was my creation there. So now we're spreading this to the next thing that needs to happen right now. It's time we have to raise a whole new generation of undamaged children. So, So I'm going to try to put it together like in really simple terms, the 7th grade terminology. What's the root, deepest problems of the vaccinations? What's the core problem? So my father was a brilliant biomedical engineer, designed biomedical instrumentation. He had a saying, which was, beware of the fatal flaw. The fatal flaw you cannot engineer your way out of, that'll destroy your whole creation. You can't get beyond the fatal flaw. It'll kill your whole project. Well, vaccines have a fatal flaw, right? And that fatal flaw is called off-target immunity. Off-target immunity. So we were trained to say that a vaccine is like an arrow aiming right at a certain cell wall. It represents a certain virus or bacteria, and kaboom, it shoots right at that cell wall and gets our guests over here and shoots them. And but it's not. It's a shotgun. It aims at all sorts of targets all at one time, and we don't know what the targets are because these protein sequences that they're programmed for repeat themselves in millions of other places in nature or in your own body. So if that cell wall protein is close enough to resemble the cell wall of, say, the aflatoxin mold that lives on peanuts, you're going to have anaphylactic shock if you eat peanuts because you programmed the body to react against it. All these allergies coming up, these crazy allergies we never had before. Now think about that. And if that happens, the cell wall protein happens to represent something in your body, you can have an autoimmune disease because you just programmed the child's body to be forever reacting to a certain protein sequence. And if that protein sequence happens to be found on the cell walls of, say, the cells in your pancreas that make insulin, boom, you're going to have an autoimmune disease we call diabetes. What if that cell wall protein is found somewhere in your meninges in your brain? You're going to have an autoimmune disease we call encephalopathy that has been renamed autism, brain inflammation, autoimmune against self. And this problem is happening in so many different systems. We are forever programming a child to react against a sequence. And Del Bigtree's movie, right? How many people have seen Del Bigtree's movie, The Inconvenient Study? I highly recommend seeing that. And I hope Del's going to come here to share it and talk some more information about it. But that actually was many studies have been done to say, are vaccinated children healthier than unvaccinated children? And the answer is a resounding no, right? And in fact, it's many times more of an unvaccinated, like in a study done by the Ford Foundation that Del Bigtree instigated the person to do and challenged him. If you believe in vaccines, then do that study. Are they actually healthier? What's the end result? And, the results were like a resounding no. The unvaccinated children don't get all these allergies. They don't get autism. They don't get all these things, autoimmune diseases that the huge proportion is happening in vaccinated children. So this is the information to get out there, an inconvenient study. Be sure you watch that. And we always talk about what we don't want, but we also want to talk about what we do want. So there's a bill that's going to be introduced in the state legislature this year that basically codifies that we keep our vaccine exemption in it. Now, we don't know if it's actually going to make it to the floor for a vote, that's the whole politics of that, but it's going to be introduced, and it's something that we do want, is that bill. And we'll find out what number it is when it gets introduced in the beginning of the session. So one thing we don't want, one thing that we do want. Are we ready for our first guest? Ryan Cole. Whoa, look at this. Maka, thank you so much. So Ryan was one of the founding members of the Frontline Doctors during COVID. He was one of the first to come out and really share his information. He's a brilliant pathologist, among many other skills. He's got farmer, a woodworker, father of six girls, beauties. Woo-hoo! And one happy guy. But he came under attack for his views. And his pathology lab, which was one of the largest in the Northwest at the time, You know, the insurance company said, oh, we're not going to send anybody to you anymore, we're going to pull it, and if you don't have insurance money, you can't run your clinic, your thing. And he basically lost his whole business and all of his basic income from that. And he had to shut that down and sell what he could off. So he really put his heart and soul into it, and he's still here today, talking truth. So one of my heroes.
I like to say you can't spell dad without ADD, and you can't spell ADD without dad, so I can't just stand there, so I've got to move. Bruce is going to cue up my slides, so I guess I have to tell dad jokes for a couple of minutes, so I'm sorry about that. No, okay, so on the road, one of the questions I get more often than not is, should I worry about parasites? What do I do about parasites? What's the best treatment for parasites? And I'm going to give you the easiest answer. Vote them out. So why are we here? I mean, I see some colored hair, I see some gray hair, I see some no hair. But I heard a beautiful sound in the back, and that was a cry of a baby. You got it, the keiki. And that's why we're here. It's not about us. You know, we've made decisions in our life. I'm not here to judge anyone. I don't care if you're politically red, blue, purple, doesn't matter to me. I don't care if you're vaccinated or unvaccinated, but what I do care about is that you have the opportunity to choose for yourself what you do and don't want. Now, you currently have a governor who's an MD, and he thinks MD means minor deity. I would posit that MD should mean make a difference. So, again, treat parasites with your vote, and that's as political as I will get, perhaps. How many people know the law of the splintered paddle? Okay, it's part of Hawaii's history. So in 1797, Kamehameha was going to another village where he wasn't supposed to go, and he got bunked over the head by a paddle. Thankfully survived it, and the paddle splintered. And, you know, as there were districts and islands and warring factions and whatnot, and it was during the unification period of the formation of the Hawaiian people on all the islands, he said he was a man of peace. And we don't come here in combat. We are people of peace that want freedom. We want autonomy. We want the right to be sovereign over our own bodies and our children's bodies. Well, as a man of peace, he said, okay, there's a new law, and it's Malahoe Kenewai, and it is incorporated into your Constitution, Article 10, Section 9, that every elderly person, woman, and child shall lie by the side of the road in safety. Well, if I came at any one of you right now with a needle with nothing in it, I would be charged with assault if I stuck it into you. Now, what if there are synthetic toxins in it, or synthetic things that we don't know what they're going to do in the long run, and I stuck it into you? Of course, that would still be assault. Now, what if I did it to a child? Well, that's what your governor wants to do. He wants to mandate that in order for you or your child, well, particularly the child, to exist within the society. Is that right? Of course not. So again, political affiliations doesn't matter. What matters is, do you value being a free people? And do you value safety? I understand, living on an island, it is about being a community, yes. But collectivism, communism, no. No, it's about protecting each other. Island life can be different. And so it's important that we do look out for each other. Now, I may just end up telling dad jokes. Oh, I do have slides, yay. Okay, now do I have a clicker, Bruce, or am I gonna just say next, next? Next, okay. So I'll try to be creative with the next. I'll do the lay down the beat. All right, everybody ready to go? Here we go. Okay. Okay, we can stop. Thank you, though. Okay, freedom of choice. Really, that's what this is about. All right, so wait until the people who, and we might have to turn the front lights down a little bit, or the back lights. Which was it, Mickey? Can you see them okay? Oh, the backlighting up here. Can you turn those down so you can see the slides? Can everybody see those okay? Okay, there we go. That's a little better. It's okay. Wait until the people who just want to be left alone get involved. And that's who we are. Right? Just leave us alone. But if you don't, we're going to get involved. And we're going to unmask the truth and tell the truth wherever we are, whenever we can, to whomever we can. All right, how many people remember this line? When in the course of human events, it becomes necessary for the people. Yeah, that's the beginning of our Declaration of Independence. And that's a time we're in. It is necessary for us as a people now to stand up. This is important as well. Every word has consequences, but every silence has consequences as well. Good news, and I'm not going to dwell on this because I know my friend Dr. Malone will talk about this. Just a day ago, the CDC and Jim O'Neill, under the direction of President Trump, changed the required number of vaccines on the schedule, at least put forward the recommendation to change it. So those 72 are now going to be a whole lot less than 72. That's progress. That's a win. That is good news. All right, common sense. Let's talk about common sense. Common sense is not a gift, it's a punishment, because you have to deal with everyone who doesn't have it. All right, now we're going to go through some hardcore science, but not really, because this is common sense. Section 13.1. How many times when you've gone to your doctor has he or she pulled out the sheet and said, you know what? Here is the package information for this medicine, this vaccine, this shot I'm about to give your child, or all 6 of them all at once. How many times do they pull that out for you to have the opportunity to be fully informed? Yeah, 0, never, right? So I am going to help out because there's this magical section on all of these vaccine inserts, as in all of them, except for where they forget to put it in, called section 13.1. And what does it say? And this is on the insert for all of the CDC recommended vaccines. All right, Bruce, next. All right, measles, mumps, rubella. This vaccine has not been evaluated for carcinogenic or mutagenic potential or impairment of fertility. Oh, interesting. You can't find what you don't look for. And guess what? We never looked. One does not fertility. One does not simply relax and get pregnant. So we don't know what it's going to do to the fertility of the next generation, do we? No, we don't. Yet sperm counts are going down. Interesting. Birth rates are going down. Interesting. Okay, let's look at the DTaP, TDAP. All these different manufacturers, all the different ones on the market, has not been evaluated for carcinogenic or mutagenic potential or impairment of fertility. Oh, interesting. But it's on the recommended schedule. But we don't know what it's going to do to your child long term. What about the Hib vaccines? Haemophilus influenza. Oh, all these different manufacturers has not been evaluated for carcinogenic, mutagenic potential, or impairment of fertility. But we're requiring this. In fact, your governor wants to mandate it. And does this matter if you're Republican, Democrat, Libertarian? No. This is a child. This is a human being. And we don't know what it's going to do to them long term because science never looked. Okay, PCV vaccines. They looked at a few rats with one of them and a few rabbits with another. only on the females, but not on the males. But some of them, they didn't even include the section because they didn't want to check for cancer, mutation, or fertility. What about polio? Huh. Gosh, we didn't check for carcinogenicity, mutagenicity, or impairment of fertility. Yet it's mandated. Mutation? Well, if you're happy and you know it, clap your, oh, T-Rexes don't play volleyball due to a mutation. But do we know what's going to cause mutations or not? Not if you don't look. Science didn't look. But yet they say everybody has to have it. All the keiki have to have it. But we don't know what it's going to do long term or in the womb. Chickenpox, varicella. Checked a few rat females, no humans. Why would you check humans? We want the humans to be the guinea pigs. But did they check for cancer or mutation? Nope. How about human papillomavirus? Oh yeah, no, we forgot to check for cancer, mutation, and fertility again. Oops. Yeah, why does it take 50 million sperm to fertilize one egg? Well, because they won't ask for directions either. That's not in the package insert. All right, so the previously recommended shots. Let's look at those. Oh, RV, rotavirus. Oh, yeah, you know the story by now. No, they didn't look. All those things. Next. Oh, RSV. Well, with Abrevzo antibodies, they looked at a few rabbits, females only, not the males. But all the rest of them on the market, did they look? Cancer, mutation, fertility? Of course not. Next. Influenza. A couple of them, they looked at a couple rabbits and rats, but not the humans. Don't want to know about the humans. Did they check for cancer? Nope. Check for mutation? Nope. Couple rabbits, rats, females only? Yeah. Same, next. Same, next. Yeah, I'm sorry, go back one. Yeah, I'm sorry, and spent your entire college fund trying to conceive you. Yeah, it can be expensive to have a child if your reproductive system is messed up. Okay, next. What about the COVID shots? Same darn thing. In fact, they didn't even include that section in most of them. Next. And when DNA gene is damaged or changed, mutation occurs, and we don't want mutations. Okay. So common sense. Is it common? No. Wait, so you're telling me that my chance of surviving all of this is directly linked to the common sense of others? Yes, that's what I'm telling you. We are here to mourn the passing of common sense. Never again will logic combined with moral fortitude grace our presence. Well, perhaps Governor Green means, well, why should fertility, cancer, or mutations in your children be of any of my concern? I'm just asking. He wants to mandate these. He wants to go back, even though the CDC, the good news, is going to cut that schedule, he wants to go back to what it was previously and keep it up at the 72. Because he's a minor deity, I guess. I don't know. Infertility, ain't nobody got time for that. So, let's protect the keiki. Next. Okay, what about the witch's brew? Now I'm going to ask a couple questions. Ingredient. A lot of the childhood shots have formaldehyde in them. Okay, now that's all of them. Again, you don't have to memorize. There won't be a quiz at the end, I promise. Here's more of them, just for completeness sake. More of them, next. Okay, the West Coast Health Alliance, Bruce mentioned, so these governors have gotten together and said, well, we know better than the federal government because we're afraid of actual science and actual truth and actual data, and we would rather have mandatory control over your body and not let you have it, nor let your children have it. So this alliance has been formed, and yes, your governor in September of 25 said, yes, we're going to join the alliance. Now, formaldehyde, Proposition 65, California, anything that's carcinogenic has to be labeled as carcinogenic, right? Right. Formaldehyde in the state of California is a known carcinogen. Next. In the state of Washington and Oregon, they recognize the OSHA rules as formaldehyde as being a carcinogen. Next. And so do many federal agencies. Next. So math. A lot of the shots are preserved with formaldehyde and used to kill viruses or pathogens. If a child goes in for 6 doses all at once, how much formaldehyde do they get? Darn good question, isn't it? If you do the math, under California law, those shots should be labeled under law Proposition 65 as carcinogenic. But did they check? No, they didn't. All right, when a child is born, I'm going to ask questions, maybe common sense. How many children are deficient in aluminum adjuvants? None. How many children are deficient in lipid nanoparticles, squalene, monolipid layer, monophospholipid? None. Okay, next. How many children are deficient in buffers and salts when they're born? Next. How many children are deficient in stabilizers like pig gelatin in their body, injected into their body, which goes against many religions, obviously? How many children are deficient in aborted fetal cells, cow serum, formaldehyde, glutaraldehyde, yeast proteins? How many children are deficient when they're born? None. Next. How many children are deficient in polysorbate 80, Triton X100, sodium dexylcholate, lecithin, thimerosal, 2-phenoxyethanol? None. They're not deficient in these things, so why do we need to inject them into them? Next. How many children are deficient in residual antibiotics? Obviously, I'm being rhetorical, and this is common sense because it's so silly to think this newborn needs all these chemicals injected into them to be healthy instead of how they were naturally and God-given made. So perhaps he thinks I want your keikis to be my medical subjects, i.e. guinea pigs. And I will mandate what they can and can't have in their body, and they can't be a part of our society until I, the minor deity, say so. So let's sit down, Dr. Green, have a conversation, please. Let's express our friendship by sending each other funny links instead of actually talking. Let's sit down and talk. Who's afraid of dialogue? Everybody these days. And that's our job, is to speak truth in love, kindness, with firmness. And never tire in the telling of the truth, no matter what. Is it easy? No. Did I lose my career? Yeah. Do I care? No. Why? Because the truth matters more than anything. All right, so how did we get here? Very easy. This is how we got here. Here's the evolution of medicine. Yeah, that's how we got here. Okay, and if vaccines are so safe, why is there no accountability? Yes, I can see the test results here. The vaccine is safe and effective. We had the speed of sound. We figured out the speed of light. Now we can see what the speed of science is controlled by. All right, now name a product that blames its failure on those who don't use it. Interesting. All right, so why should we mandate risk? Mandates are slavery, plain and simple. And as we learned with the children in the last couple of years, sadly, Sesame Street taught us B is for blood clot, M is for myocarditis, P is for propaganda. And we want to prevent this from happening. We don't want our children to have this, Pfizer Permanente. Yeah, he's perfectly healthy, doctor. Well, I agree. So let's get some vaccine into his system and start him on a lifetime of unnecessary medical treatments. And you know what, folks? It's not nice to fool Mother Nature. It's not. These keiki are born perfect. They're born beautiful. They are born pure. Why are we going to tinker with them? And why are we going to allow government officials to tell you what they can and can't have in their body? That is slavery. So let's protect the keiki. Sorry, I put an S on that one. My bad. Next. All right. Everything can be taken from a man. But one thing, and the last of the human freedoms, and that's to choose one's attitude in any given set of circumstances and to choose his own way. Security is mostly a superstition. Oh, we've got to be safe and secure. Comfortism, safety, secure, we will keep you safe. Blah, blah, blah. No, security is a superstition. It does not exist in nature, nor do the children of man as a whole experience it. Avoiding danger as a whole is no safer in the long run than outright exposure. Life is either a daring adventure or nothing at all. So, if not us, who's going to do it? And if not now, when's it going to happen? Now's our time. So, don't be like the fish on the top. Organize. We don't need to be afraid. We have each other. We're here together. We can do this. Be like this dog on the beach. I like his attitude. Mahalo nui. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ryan Cole. Let's give him another round of applause for flying out here. And you could be out in Idaho where it's like, what's the temperature there? 46. God, that's so cold. It's a heat spell there. So I'd like to bring to the stage Michelle Melendez. She's has a podcast, is an extraordinary activist, has done so much. You wrote me a thing, but I didn't bring it. So good. But you also have a piece of paper that she's going to talk about, so I'll pass it to Michelle.
Okay. Yeah, aloha everyone. I'm from the Big Island, and I wrote the book Great Maui Land Grab, What Caused the Maui Fire and Is Your Home Next? And it was a finalist in the American Book Fest under true crime, because that's what that was. And I also just wrote, mahalo. I also finished The Death of Freedom, What Happened to America and How to Save It. And that was #1 on Amazon recently. And I just want to say this because how to save it is why we're here, right? Mahalo. So I have a citizen memorandum. This is stronger than a petition. I've been looking this up. My website, standtogetherhawaii.com. This is what it does is it puts into the public record the grievance of the population to the government. It puts it into the public record. So it's not just getting your name and your signature. It's actually putting it into the public record. It's actually I'm going to send, we had over 500 people in Oahu. So we have 500 signatures so far. And this is a citizen memorandum endorsement. And I'm just going to tell you guys that it talks about 3 different points. And the first one being keep vaccines optional, which is why we're here. But there's 2 other points that every single person who lives in the Hawaii Islands needs to know about. And the first one is that last year they passed a biosecurity law. Does anybody who knows about this Biosecurity Law Act 236 that was passed last year? Did you know that the government can right now come into your private property without a warrant and confiscate your land, your livestock, and your goods based on a perceived biosecurity emergency? Oh, there we go. Biosecurity, perceived, not even real, but a perceived biosecurity emergency. That is Section 3 of the Biosecurity Law that has been passed. So we are doing a citizen memorandum stating we want keep vaccines optional, and we want Section 3 of the Biosecurity Act to be removed and amended And then the third thing that this citizen memorandum is bringing awareness to the legislators so they cannot say they did not know this. The third thing, who knows that the state of Hawaii is that we're in a state of emergency? Do you guys know that? That Governor Green has signed almost 100, he's signed almost 100 emergency proclamations based on administrative issues. This man has suspended over 30 laws, all without legislation. And no, they're not checking him. I have actually called my legislator and said, who is checking this man? He keeps signing these emergency proclamations and suspending laws, and nobody's checking him. So what this citizen memorandum states is that is not pono, and we're not okay with it. We need somebody to check this man and put him back into his office because he has violated his oath of office, which I have been told that he actually never even signed, which is a whole nother topic. But that's what this is. So afterwards, I'm going to be going around to the rows, and I'm going to just send this down the row, and you can read what it says and what you are endorsing. And then I'm taking these, I'm going to keep the originals. So I have the originals, and I'm going to send a copy to every single senator and every single representative in Hawaii. But as many people have been talking about, we can't do this alone. We need everybody to stand up. So if you want to help, if you have people who can sign, I will give you a copy of this and put my address on the back, and you guys can actually get your own signatures, send it to me, because the more signatures we get, the stronger we are. And honestly, just like Bruce said earlier, this is just the beginning. I mean, standing room only here, and now we go to my island tomorrow, and then Hilo on the other side, and then Maui. Super excited. If you're interested in my books, I'll be in the back at the end. And mahalo nui loa just for coming tonight, because it's really going to take all of us. Mahalo.
Mahalo nui, Michelle. And I know we all feel it in our hearts. That's why we're here. And that cup of heva is full. And accountability, again, is here. And so I am so excited for this time of Pono restoration. This next song is called When Will We Be Free? And it's a reminder that true sovereignty starts in our hearts and our minds. And of course, having that love and respect for one another to honor each other's freedom to choose. trials and tribulations, free from military occupations, free from their boundaries and borders, free from their new world orders, free from their wars and their attacks. We want our freedom and our right now back. When will we be free? When will we be free? Oh, na, 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 yeah. When will we be free? When will we be Don't let your burdens get you down. All the cares of this world choke you out. We receive as we let go. Oh, oh. Peace like a river rest for your soul. When will we be free? When will we be free? Oh, na, 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 yeah. When will we be free? So again, Ohana, true sovereignty starts right here in our hearts and our minds. We got to know who we are, and then honoring each other. And as a mother of 4, I never ever thought about vaccines until I was a fresh 21 years old, and I had this brand new, perfect angel of a baby, and 1 day old. Oh, we're gonna take your baby, give him the hepatitis B shot. And I never thought about vaccines before. And yet, in my na'au, I knew it wasn't pono. And so God made my baby perfect. And that was the beginning. And I said, aole. And so we are the voices for our keiki. And we have a kuleana. We have a kuleana. And so with that, I'm so honored to introduce our next guest. And just mahalo nui again to all of our speakers tonight who have traveled from far away to come and support our people here in Hawaii. And I believe, as do many of you, that Hawaii, we were given aloha. We have a kuleana. And this is where the huli is going to begin. It's going to ripple out to the rest of the world. Yeah. And so everything we need is in community. And when we all put in our efforts, our skills, we all have something to contribute. And I'm not talking about just money. We all have natural giftings and skills to contribute. And when we put them all together, boom, this is what it looks like right here. With that, I want to introduce Dr. Robert Malone. He's a licensed physician, world-renowned scientist, and author. During the early COVID years, he traveled twice to Hawaii to support us, to support protests against the lockdowns and mandates that harm so many of our people here. Together with his wife of 47 years, Dr. Jill Malone. Mahalo, Jill. And they've authored 2 important books covering the policies, propaganda, and censorship used against all of us during the COVID crisis. Robert Kalamai rose to national prominence during the early COVID years with the Joe Rogan interview that pretty much broke the internet when he spoke about mass formation psychosis. Dr. Malone currently serves as a medical advisor to MAHA Action and was appointed vice chairperson on the CDC Advisory Committee on Immunization Practices by Secretary Kennedy. And so with that, we say a big mahalo for all your work. Yeah, and for supporting our people.
Well, that was a mic drop moment. Thank you very much for the honor to be here. I say this truly from my heart. I'm grateful. Yes, it was a long flight from Virginia, but we're glad to make it. And we're particularly grateful for the leadership of Bruce, who has repeatedly exceeded expectations. I mean, you have a major gift here in Bruce Davidson and his ability to organize and bring you all together. Douglas, I apologize, and bring you all together. So it's an honor to be here. I want to say something. Maka, in her first session, was talking about the importance of balance. My profession has a problem with balance. They're raised to believe that they're trained to believe so much in themselves, to believe that they have superior intellectual capabilities and superior training. They're trained to be very confident. Of course, we want to have your surgeon to be confident. We want your physician to be confident and competent. But we don't want your physician to be arrogant. We don't want your physician to be a authoritarian. We don't necessarily even want your physician to act in a paternalistic fashion. But I'm sorry, I've seen Dr. Green in action now for a number of years. And I saw him in action in the Senate, in Senate hearings, where he had to confront Aaron Siri. And in case you didn't watch those hearings that Ron Johnson organized from the Senate Subcommittee on Investigations, Dr. Green revealed himself to not have a firm grasp of a lot of key information. And frankly, that's the case with most physicians. Now, for me, I'm not a practicing physician. I'm a licensed physician. I'm licensed in the state of Maryland. I've focused my whole career, among other things, on clinical research and vaccine development. But I'm very aware that I'm not the person that you should come to for advice if your child has a new fever or a broken bone. I know what I'm good at, and I know what I'm not good at. And I have the humility to know that if you come to me and you say I have this problem, or my mother has this problem, or my aunt, or my child, what I will do is say, oh, well, that's not my core expertise, but I'll try to find somebody that can help you. Now, Dr. Green, in what I've seen, has revealed he really doesn't understand vaccinology. He doesn't understand immunology. He's an emergency room physician. And bless his heart, he has a lot of self-confidence. But he really doesn't know what he's talking about with vaccines. And that's the case, I'm afraid, with a lot of my physician colleagues, is they don't understand the nuance. They understand what they've been taught. And what they've been taught repeatedly is that all vaccines are safe and effective. This is a mantra. It's a religion that has been implemented, has been trained into them repeatedly. And we talked, the mention was mass formation psychosis. or groupthink, or there's a lot of different words you can use, but they're indoctrinated to believe that this is the case, and they're not, it's a specialized area. The immune system is super, super complex. And just a fun fact, it derives from the same tissue in the growing fetus as the brain does. The immune system is incredibly complex. And I can tell you, as somebody that's worked in this space, studied immunology, studied vaccinology, studied infectious disease, and been right at the forefront in biotechnology, I'm very aware that we are really just scratching the surface in our understanding of the immune system and how it works and the long-term implications when we mess about with it. So I'd like to say again, key message that I want to share with you is humility. Recognizing that there is a lot more that we don't know than what we do know. And when you're in a situation like that, you understand because you deal with that, all of you deal with that on a regular basis. All of us as human beings live in a world in which there's a lot of complexity and we don't really understand everything. And what do we do as we move into that world, as you go out on your board to go surfing? You don't know if there is a cookie cutter shark sitting there in the water that's going to take a chunk out of your leg. You do it with caution. You do it prudently. You do it respectfully. You do it carefully, aware that the world is complicated and you can't mitigate all the risks. And I'm sorry, but Dr. Green seems to have developed a sense that he is in a position where he can tell you what you should do with your body and tell you what your children must do with their body. I'm not okay with that. Furthermore, historically, the medical profession, going back to the mid-20th century in the Nuremberg trials, is not okay with the philosophical basis that underpins Dr. Green's belief structure. He believes in what's called utilitarian bioethics. Utilitarian bioethics, big fancy word, is structured around, it's what guides most of modern public health. Now there's a pushback against that, but most of modern health buys into the idea of the greatest good for the greatest number. This is utilitarianism. And of course, that means that the ends justify, the means justify the ends under utilitarianism and utilitarian bioethics. This is what we're trying to push back against at the ACIP. This is the revolution that we're trying to implement in the CDC right now under the leadership of Secretary Kennedy, is the idea that instead of the state, the government has the right to tell you what you should inject into your body, what medical procedures you must accept, what medical procedures your children must accept. We're trying to push back on that and say no. Individuals have the right of self-determination. They have the right to decide what to put in their body. Now this, as Maka emphasized, this is about balance. This is about restoring balance to our world. The balance between the rights of the state, and we all here in the islands, you understand the importance of collectivism. And there's a lot of positive about acting collectively for the good of all of us. But there's also the need to balance that with the rights of the individual. You can't go too far one way, and you can't go too far the other way. You can't say that you as an individual have the rights to cause harm to some third party. But I don't think it's okay for the state to tell you what medical procedures you or your children have to accept. Now, thank you. What I'm trying to develop here, my goal with this little chat with you today, informally, is to help you think and structure your ideas about the nature of the world and what's right and what's wrong. I'm not telling you what to do. I'm trying to help you to think through what are the issues right now. And Dr. Green believes the state has the right to tell you and your children what medical procedures, injectables, that you shall receive without even what was revealed in Senator Johnson's hearing. He doesn't even understand what it is he's saying that you have to accept. He doesn't appreciate the nuance and the complexity, the nature of things like Dr. Cole was describing. He just knows that he has been taught that all vaccines are safe and effective. But all vaccines are like any other drug. I see this as a vaccinologist, okay? Vaccines are not perfect. They are useful in some cases when a risk-benefit ratio indicates that they will provide more benefit than risk to you or your child. But I also insist that that is your right as a parent and your right as an individual to look at those data, to look at that information and say, is this right for me? Now, I would think that most of you would agree that you have the right to self-determination as a human being, as a fundamental ethical property of being a human, as an individual. Now, I'm going to clarify this, I'm going to quote. These are two organizations that generally I'm not particularly aligned with. But I'm going to quote from their policies that were cited as part of the justification for the recent action by President Trump and Secretary Kennedy to reduce the number of CDC-recommended routine inoculations that your child receives from approximately 86 down to about 35. That just happened yesterday. Okay. So, in the Western States Alliance that Dr. Cole was describing, that Dr. Green has pulled you into under the leadership of Gavin Newsom of California, a renowned pediatrician with deep expertise in biotechnology and vaccinology, they all want to deny any opportunity for you to obtain a religious exemption. This is the common policy among this Western States Alliance. There shall no longer be any religious exemptions to vaccination. And they want to make it the policy in the state of California. I mean, Ryan mentioned about the spiking of incidents of autism in California because they got rid of the religious exemptions. What they want is that you can't even get from your doctor a certificate of a medical exemption because your child has some condition that makes them more vulnerable to vaccination. They want to take that away from you, take away the right of your doctor to make that decision, and force that decision to go in front of a medical board. Now, you know what's going to happen after what happened with COVID. Doctors that dissented, that gave these medical exemptions, they got run out. They lost their licenses. They lost their board certification. Okay, this is what is being implemented. Now, to my eyes, I mean, you make your own determination. I call that authoritarianism. Okay, I could use some stronger words, but authoritarianism will do. Now, let's see what this radical conspiratorial organization has to say about medical ethics, that being the American Medical Association, with an annual budget of $500 million. This is what they say. Quote, informed consent in medical treatment is fundamental in both ethics and law. Patients have the right to receive information and ask questions about recommended treatments so that they can make well-considered decisions about care. Patients make the decisions about care. Doctors provide the information. Patients make the decisions. This is the American Medical Association, okay? This is not exactly a fringe group. Successful communication in the patient-physician relationship fosters trust and supports shared decision-making. Okay, shared decision-making is the new policy for all those vaccines. I'm sorry, that was a slip of the tongue. Secretary Kennedy, when he was confirmed, he committed that he's not going to take anybody's vaccine away from them. That's his fundamental bedrock position. Now, a number of you might object to that. You might say, what the heck are the COVID vaccines still doing on the market? I would be one of those that have said for 4 years now that they shouldn't be on the market. They're adulterated. There's an adverse event, a particular adverse event associated with these vaccines. Now, you may think I'm talking about myocarditis. No, I'm talking about death. Okay? These vaccines have been proven to be associated with death. Dr. Green is insisting that he has the power to mandate that your child take a product, accept a product, or else not be able to participate in society, a product that has a side effect of death. It's rare, but it can happen. Your child could die. That's a proven fact now. That's no longer up for debate. Now, what we can debate about is how often that happens, what the risk factors are. There's all that nuance in there. Now, who is the one that should have the right to make the decision about that nuance for your child? The answer is you, the parent, not the government, not the state, not your governor. So here's what the American Public Health Association says about medical ethics. Quote, "The effective and ethical practice of public health depends upon social and cultural conditions of respect for personal autonomy, self-determination, privacy, and the absence of," here's a key word, Dr. Green, "the absence of domination in its many interpersonal and institutional norms." Okay? Now, once again, that is not a radical wing, far wing organization, left or right. Okay? These are mainstream medicine. It's just that somehow some docs have forgotten. They've forgotten their training. They've forgotten their bioethics training. I haven't. People ask, do all these podcasts, Dr. Malone, what caused you to start speaking out? The answer is, I wrote one of the first pieces objecting to the ethics of what was being done with the management of COVID, and particularly with the shots. You shall not be subjected to coercion, compulsion, or enticement. Enticement, remember the governor of New York saying that, well, if you get the jab, I'll give you a hamburger and some French fries. He literally said that. Okay? In Canada, they were giving kids ice cream if they would get the jab. That's enticement. Coercion is, well, we're not going to mandate you take the jab, but if you don't take the jab, you're going to lose your job. You can't work here anymore. You can't go to this restaurant. You can't go to this hotel. You can't. I was here, man. A fun fact. There was a big hotel in Honolulu, and we were doing a protest there with Bruce, and we had to sneak Bruce into the hotel because he didn't have a vaccine. I still can't believe that we lived through this. okay? And think back at what happened. It was just barking mad, okay? And the state doesn't have the right to do that. And furthermore, they got it wrong. They got almost everything wrong based on arbitrary and capricious, quote, experts. They weren't expert. They just were kind of promoted by CNN and the Washington, D.C. bureaucracy, but they didn't actually know what they were doing. And they got it wrong. Now, I'm not an expert in public health. I've worked in this area for a long time. I know a lot of things. But it was really clear to me that they were getting it wrong. And I'm not Tony Fauci. I mean, it didn't take an intellectual giant. Probably a lot of you guys figured it out right away that this is not right. Something here isn't making sense. Now, what is it that Dr. Green is actually doing? We've heard some words. Josh Green has said that Hawaii is part of the alliance, but what gives him the right to say that, to implement these policies? Governor Josh Green's decision to join the West Coast Health Alliance and issue independent vaccine guidance is rooted in his executive authority as governor and his specific emergency powers under Hawaii law. He has continued to claim that you're in a public health emergency, even though the public health emergency of COVID is long gone. The federal government gave up on that a couple of years ago. But Josh Green still wants to have a public health emergency here in this state. Why? Because it gives him emergency powers. Okay, what is he going to do with those? While the legislature did not hold a formal vote on the alliance, the governor has utilized existing statutes and emergency proclamations to implement its recommendations. He's made an emergency proclamation of powers on September 22, 2025. I mean, it's just happened. Talk about arbitrary and capricious. He just said, well, it's an emergency. Well, Governor, how come it's an emergency? It doesn't matter. I'm the governor. It's an emergency. Okay, this is the problem when you give the state the right to do this, to bypass the Constitution. Whenever they feel like it's an emergency, then we have no rights at all. They can take those rights. We don't have rights, we have permissions, right? If they can take them away anytime Josh Green decides that he wants to take them away, then they're permissions, they're not rights. Now, somebody in this state is going to have to challenge that, frankly, because the legal basis is pretty sketchy. Under Hawaiian statutes 127A14, the governor has the, quote, sole judge authority to declare an emergency to protect public health and welfare. So here you have this, frankly, arrogant physician from the emergency room who has kind of gotten a little bit full of himself in the State House, in my opinion, from what I've seen. And he believes that he can arbitrarily decide that we're in the middle of a public health emergency circa last September. What happened? I mean, was there any event last September that triggered this? No, it doesn't matter. He just decided that that's what he wanted to do, and because he had that, he now has the power, he thinks, to implement this Western State Alliance. And as Ryan mentioned, the Western State Alliance doesn't want the old CDC schedule. Ryan got that a little bit off. They don't want the old CDC schedule, let alone the new CDC schedule. They're busy crying about, oh my good heavens. The sky is falling. Bobby Kennedy and the president have now realigned the American vaccine schedule to what's the norm in the rest of the Western world. And that's a crisis. That's what they're saying. But that's not what he wants. He wants the Western State Alliance and Governor Josh Green. They don't want the old CDC schedule. They want more. They want COVID vaccines in all your children. Okay? It's clear from the data, the risk-benefit ratio of COVID vaccination for your children using these genetic vaccines is upside down. They don't have a major risk of hospitalization, death, or disability from COVID. They do have a significant risk for hospitalization, death, and disability from these vaccines, and that is not, but that's what your governor wants. He wants to implement a protocol, a requirement that your children receive a more aggressive schedule, literally the most aggressive vaccination schedule for children in the Western world. That's what he wants to implement. That's what I said, in the Western world. Oh, you say in the whole world. Well, I stand, we were talking about the importance of balance and humility. My wife of 47 years takes it as a personal mission to ensure that I remain accurate and humble. So Dr. Green has implemented executive branch control. As the head of the executive branch, the governor oversees the Hawaii Department of Health. Department of Health has the authority to issue public health guidance and manage immunization programs. The governor's office states that joining the alliance helps ensure these state-level health decisions remain grounded in science, quote unquote, during periods of federal uncertainty. Now, you can read between the lines on that. I don't like Bobby, and I don't like POTUS, and so, darn it, we're going to do what we want to do, is pretty much the subtext as I read it. The governor is explicitly authorized under HRS 127A12 to enter into, participate in, or carry out mutual aid agreements or compacts with other states for emergency management and health services. This statute provides a legal framework for interstate partnerships like the WCHA without requiring a separate legislative vote for each agreement. So he can, under current Hawaiian law, he can act unilaterally to set up whatever alliances and implement whatever policies he wants. This includes a pharmacist authority. The governor's proclamation used his emergency powers to suspend certain restrictions, allowing Hawaii pharmacists to continue providing vaccines to anyone age 3 or older without a doctor's prescription, following the Western States Alliance guidance. This is the group that is attempting to set up essentially their own CDC. Then successive proclamations from the governor. Under Hawaiian law, these proclamations must be renewed every 60 days. So he said that we have a public health emergency in September. The law says he has to renew that every 60 days. But he's used this mechanism to extend these policies indefinitely. So he basically has said, I don't care. I don't care what the law says. I'm the governor, and I'm an emergency room physician, and I know what's best for you, and forget about it. Okay? I'm going to tell you what you have to do and what your children have to do. That's what you're up against. The use of emergency powers for long-term health policy has been a point of contention. Critics argue that long-standing social problems, or policy shifts at the federal level do not constitute an emergency as defined by law. So the governor is essentially saying, because we at the ACIP and at the CDC and at HHS have realigned the vaccine schedule to what's normative in literally the entire Western world, that constitutes a public health emergency. Okay, that's the position he's taken. Some legal experts contend that broad delegation of such power to the governor may violate the Hawaii Constitution, which reserves the right to regulate medicine and pharmacy to the legislature. Okay, the governor is usurping the power of your legislature to act in an authoritative fashion, in a unilateral fashion, to force your children to accept these products, the most aggressive vaccine schedule in the world. And you have, under the governor's policies, you're not going to have any right to appeal that. There's no more waivers. They want to get rid of all that. So when we've talked about what you're up against, I'm sorry, my personal opinion, you're up against an authoritarian that has just lost his marbles in terms of balance. And this is not to say that you shouldn't be concerned about your community. This is not in any way to say that it's not important to consider the role of public health and sensible vaccine policy in reducing the risk to your elderly. I'm just saying that there needs to be balance. And the balance between the rights of the state and the rights of the individual to control your body and to make decisions about bodily autonomy for your children needs to come back. This is what we're doing at the ACIP. This is what I made such a fuss about at the recent meeting that I chaired, is it's not okay for the state to be mandating all these public health measures. And it's, you know, even if they got it right, it's not okay. But I don't think they got anything right during COVID. And they didn't seem to learn a lesson. They are wrapped up in a cult, a religion, that all vaccines are safe and effective. Now, some vaccines seem to be much more beneficial than they're hazardous. And the Secretary Kennedy, a personal friend, has made it very clear that the best way to stop measles is with measles vaccination. Okay? He's not anti-vaccine. He's just pro-logic, and he's pro-respect for the individual. He's pro-medical ethics. He's pro-personal rights. What's wrong with that? That's not radical. That's American. That is the fundamental bedrock of our Constitution, is your rights as an individual. So thank you. I hope that what I've shared has helped you to think through a different framing, a different way of thinking about this than you are hearing from your governor, from your media, from the approved narrative. I believe in you. I guess that's kind of the big difference. There are those in the bureaucracy and in, quote, leadership that believe they know better than you about what's best for you. And I personally believe that the best judge of what's best for you is you. And the best judge of what's best for your children is the parent. And I believe that that's where the decision has to lie. Secretary Kennedy believes that's where the decision has to lie. That's the bedrock of all of this. It's not about pro-vaccine or anti-vaccine. It's not really even about the corrupting effects of big pharma. Yes, that's an issue. It's not really about how twisted our medical system has become. That's an issue. It's not really about the medical guilds and their power to control the whole structure. That's an issue too. But underneath all of that, the most important issue is that you have personal autonomy. You have the right to decide what's done to your body. If you will concede that right to the state, if you believe that the state has the right to tell you what to do with your body, then you have lost your entire rights as an individual, as a human being. You no longer are free. And I think that was another thing that Maka Gallagher stressed in that last song. We have the right to be free as Hawaiians, as Americans. It's one of the things that sets us apart, is the sovereignty of the individual. So I hope my comments have kind of helped you think through what's really going on here. And I hope that they motivate you. Don't in any way lose hope or lose faith. We are winning this argument. But, and I'm sorry to use a wartime metaphor, but this is an information war. This is a war in so many different dimensions. This is a spiritual war. And it ain't over yet. And unfortunately, you poor souls out in this state have really had the sharp end of the stick for the last 6 years. And my heart goes out to you. It's the reason why I've come here. It's the reason why I came here before. I can't believe what this island has been subjected to as a population. The just horrible policies that have just damaged your culture, your community. And I ask you to think for yourself, is this what's best for Hawaii? Is this what's best for your children? Is this what's best for you? Or is it time to make a change? So with that, I'm going to close. I thank you so much for your attention, and I wish you, with the bottom of my heart, I wish you the best of luck in trying to overcome this, evil force that you're facing right now.
Robert Malone. Yes, one of my personal heroes. And we have Mickey Willis coming up in just a moment, but let me do one other thing first. And Mickey Willis, you guys know him? His Plandemic movie was the most viewed documentary ever, right? World's record. Woo-hoo! Do we have any politicians, elected officials, or people running? We have you. Come on up to the stage if you're here. Do we have any other people running for office or elected officials who'd like to come forward? Yeah? Felicia, oh yes. So I'd like you to take a moment, Felicia, and introduce yourself and what you stand for, so we can share that with the world.
I want to thank everybody for coming out here. It really means so much to me. And I am somebody who, I hear different people's crises, different people's vaccine injuries, different people's medical crises. And I also want to, at the same time, hold up all those people who do take care of us, all of our doctors, all of our nurses, all these alternative doctors, osteopaths, or many, many different types, naturopaths. Many people in our community take care of us, and we love them and we honor them. So I want to acknowledge that. I want to acknowledge all that does work and all that is really great that's out there, how we take care of each other. But we need to have our medical sovereignty, as what is being said. And I am working on a bill to counter Governor Green's bill. And I've chosen to use his bill exactly, and just to craft it back to not only make sure that we're able to keep our medical freedom, but it's encoded that we do. And I'm not trying to disrespect him, but I know that we need to stay as healthy as possible, and I have vaccine injuries in my own family, so I've lived through it. I know there are many people who have it much more profoundly, but it's real. And as a teacher, to see the difference from what was in the early 80s to what's been in the past, 10, 15, 20 years of learning disabilities, it's evident that we have a challenge. And we need to make sure that parents are helped to make the best choices, and that our state and our children are protected and move forward the best that they can. So I am your county council person. I am working on it. This isn't a pitch for me. This is a pitch for people to pay attention and engage. And I do want to say that Inconvenient Study is a very good starter film to watch, and there's plenty more, and I will tell you that the powerful people that are making the change in the nation have their eyes on Hawaii because we have this extreme situation. And Josh has done a number of good things, but medical freedom isn't one of them. So thank you.
Good evening, everybody. Thank you to the speakers tonight. My name is Miguel William Dennis. I'm going to be running for mayor of Kauai because it's time for a change. We keep voting the same people in over and over again, and look what they put us through all these years with COVID and all this lockdowns, small businesses going away. So we're going to have a Kauai First movement where we put the people first, not government. And so I'll keep it short tonight. God bless all of you for coming out. Again, thank you to all the speakers. Thank you to Bruce for putting this on. Kauai first, the people.
Aloha, my name's Jackie Nelson. Thank you. I recognize I see a lot of familiar faces in this crowd. I've been going to vaccine awareness events and for our rights events since 2020. And I'm going to run for county council again. For everyone who voted for me 2 years ago, I hope I can count on your vote again. And for anyone just meeting me for the first time today, I'd like to humbly ask for your vote when that time comes. And I think this was a great crowd. And thank you, Bruce. Thank you, Anne Marie, and everyone for putting this on.
And Gary Cordery, now he's running for governor. He's the only person running for against the governor because no Democrats are running against him. And I don't really care whether you're Democrat, Republican means nothing to me, but it's the quality of the person. And Gary, he led in Oahu, he lives from Oahu, he led the Children's Health Defense for many, many years, him and his wife, Kim. He started the Aloha Freedom Coalition in Oahu, and that was their response to the COVID mandates. He organized the rallies and the marches, the Waikiki, and the rallies that they had in the park. While we were having ours in Maui, he was organizing for Oahu. And now he's stepping into the political world. Last time he ran on the Republican ticket for governor, and he's running again. So I'm going to give a warm welcome to Gary Corder. He just flew in today for this.
Aloha. I love what Maka said. It's time to huli the system. Tonight is just such an amazing thank you for what you shared. I'm looking forward, Mickey, what you're going to share. And Bruce, thank you for organizing this. Your team, fantastic job. And thank you, the people of Kauai, coming out to share. This is your tribe. This is the Ohana that believes in freedom. I'm not so much here to talk about technical details, about medical issues. I'm here to talk about your heart and the fact that your rights don't come from government, they come from your king. You don't need the government to tell you how to live your life. You need to exercise common sense and recognize what is true and just, and that we would be as a people living in a true and just society where we honor one another and where public servants are exactly that. They're servants of the people. What a concept. I love something, and by the way, I'm married to my wife, Kim, 45 years, right behind you, my brother. We have 2 adult daughters and 7 grandkids, so this matters a lot. But the consequences of Governor Green's policy, the one that's coming up in this legislative session, which he has said he intends to resubmit this legislation to take away the medical and non-religious exemption, it's going to go to the front of the line because it made it through 2 committees in the last session, which means it picks up right where it left off. There won't be that much time for the people to know what's actually happened in the legislative session. It's going to come, and it's going to get voted on, and it's going to happen. So it is our kuleana which is exactly what Maka said. It is our kuleana to engage as a people collectively in unity for liberty. This is what we have. And I can tell you, the reason that Governor Green has so much authority, because he's unique in the nation. The governor of Hawaii has more authority than any other governor in the nation. And so he's able to do this. And quite frankly, the legislative branch does have the authority to reel him in. They just choose not to, because that's part of a conspiracy and a machine. So not only must you re-elect somebody new for governor, Gary Cordery for governor, but you must vote down ballot. Everyone who votes and acknowledges his policy and votes for them, they are complicit. Don't kid yourself. This is kuleana. This is your ohana. This is your legacy. It is about death. It was very sobering to hear that word, wasn't it? I was rocked, and I've heard it before. But it is also about life. The choice to exercise your kuleana so that when November comes around this year, we can retire Mr. Green and he can go back to Pennsylvania. So join me, visit our team in the back. Thank you, Sandy. Get a bumper sticker, get a QR code, join the campaign and make your voice heard. Mahalo.
Thank you, Gary Cordery, for governor. We have a song by Maka, and then we're going to go to Mickey Willis, and then we're going to have Q&A and Maka.
Oh, mahalo, brother. Yes, what you guys are looking at is community and grassroots movement. We're not getting grants, and we don't want it. This is all by the people right here. And so getting back to a stewardship mindset, because that's originally who we are. And the system that was in place before was ohana. Ohana was the system. And so I'm gonna do this next song, Ayan Aina, Not For Sale. And big mahalo to all of you who have not compromised at all and who have stood up even when it's been difficult, even when you're the only one. And so we are Aina, and we're all sold out to something in the land of our hearts. Whatever we're sold out to is gonna guide the way we live and the decisions that we make. And so again, the huli, the revolution, the change starts right here in your hearts. This next song goes out to all of you, all you real people.
Maui,
response will be I, which means yes. Mau kau kau? Can you say thank you? Here we go. If you didn't sell out today, then I say thank you. If you didn't give it all away for money, brother, thank you. Thank you. If you stood up for what was right, cool. Even when it cost you, thank you. Thank you. Yeah, we must stand and we must fight. They're trying to take your land, your life. No, thank you. No, thank you. Town and the islands not for sale. Kauai not for sale. Prices out of paradise and hike up on our trails. Lahaina not for sale. Aina not for sale. La koa, imua. Irati mas pamele ala e, ala e, ala e, ala e. Say thank you. Thank you. Ala e, ala e, ala e, ala e. Say thank you. Thank you. Ala e, ala e, ala e, ala e. Say thank you. Mahalo nui loa. Ala e, ala e, ala e, ala e. Say thank you. Tell me what's real, who's real. Aina not for sale. No deal, time and no deal. Lumai kupuna appeal, kanaka maui appeal. Tell them aina not for sale. Aina not for sale. Mahalo nui. Tell me what's real, who's real. This aina that you're on is real. This community, the people around you, that's real. And so getting back to Ohana system. That's right, Ohana. With that, I just want to remind you folks before we bring up our next guest speaker, the telephone number you see on the banner right over here to my right. You guys can text your questions there. In just a little bit. At the end, we're going to have a Q&A. So if you have a specific question for one of our speakers/doctors, go ahead and text them to the number over here. Mahalo again for your donations and helping us fund the revolution. QR codes, Venmo. And mahalo to the Kauai Ohana again for your beautiful hospitality. Get plenty more food back there. So with that, I am excited to announce our next guest speaker here. All right, so how many of you folks know Mickey Willis? Yes, all right, then you folks know that he's a best-selling author, investigative filmmaker. He's respected internationally for exposing corruption at the highest levels. His movies have been used in high-profile criminal trials to exonerate innocent people from political persecution and for bringing victory to historic lawsuits against the most powerful forces of big media. In 2020, Mickey Willis released the first installment of his documentary series, Plandemic. You guys saw that one? Which was shared by over 1 billion people. Wow. That's a lot of people. So yeah, making it the most seen independent documentary series in history. Mickey Willis is the Paul Revere of the rebellion against the, wow, that's so much here. This guy, I'm just so grateful for the real people that we have in this room tonight. Mahalo nui for your work. And how about a big aloha and welcome to our brother Mickey Willis.
Aloha. Aloha. There we go. Let's let them hear us. I am deeply honored to be here. Deeply honored to be here. As I was sitting in my chair there, I was remembering as a child raised by a single mama with 4 kids on her own, raised on welfare, I remember the dream that maybe one day kids will save enough money and go to Hawaii. We never made it, but we did go to Disneyland. Which one is more corrupt is questionable. Before we get started here, let's give, honestly, like a really heartfelt round of applause, first of all, for my brother, Dr. Ryan Cole. My other brother, Dr. Robert Malone. Tumaka, incredible musical gift. Elijah Ray, my soul brother who lives here, and I said, can you come out and warm up the crowd because nobody can do musical shamanism quite like Elijah Ray, which you guys probably know him on this island, yes? Lucky to have him. So I'm going to start by taking a little video. We did this last night, and I want to make a little montage here to show your elected officials. Because what I want to prove to you guys is that you're all a bunch of conspiracy theorists, that vaccines are safe and effective, and I can't believe you'd even question the science. So we're going to prove that tonight, right now. I'm going to ask all of you in this room, how many of you know one or more people who have been injured or killed by Oops, hold on one second. Camera just shut off. How many of you in this room know of at least one or more people who have been injured or killed by vaccines? See, none. 80% of the room. And as I said last night, in a sane world, that should be enough. We should be able to show that video to your elected officials and say, this is what's real. You can give us all the narrative and talking points you want. But when a small group of 300 people, 80% of them know somebody who's been injured and killed, we have a problem. So I wrote a speech tonight, which is rare for me, but there's so much information in here that I want to make sure and I get it precise for you. And I will start by saying in May, as you've already heard a couple of times, in May of 2020, I released the first installment of my documentary series, Plandemic. It was the first major warning to the world that COVID was a Trojan horse for the agenda to strip away our rights and freedoms. Being that we had a captive audience, that is, the world was on lockdown and searching for logic against the litany of anti-scientific protocols, Plandemic became the most seen independent movie in history with actually over 1.5 billion views. Now, I'm not mentioning that to brag, actually a little bit, bragging a little bit. I'm mentioning that because this was during a time when there was unprecedented censorship. And we, the people, as they locked us in our rooms with the plan that we're going to tune into MSNBC and Fox and CNN and all that crap, they underestimated the people. Because what we did is we went to our encrypted apps and we started researching, we started sharing information. And I will tell you, as somebody who has toured this country since 2020, the audiences have changed. In 2020, 2021, and even into 2022, I would bring my latest research and I would drop it on the audience and people would go, oh my God, wow. And little by little, I noticed I couldn't shock anyone anymore. People were nodding their heads, yeah, saw this on Telegram, yeah, we know, shared it on Signal. And so just that awakening, understanding how educated, we've been taught our whole lives never to discuss politics with your friends and family. Why do you think they told us that? And now that's probably all we do, maybe a little too much. But that's a good thing. That means something's happening, that people are waking up. And I want to tell you that you guys are in a very unique position. Very unique. You have the potential here on this particular island. 70,000 about people, yes? One that was tormented hard, but you guys have something that a lot of America has lost. You have culture. You have respect for tradition. You have respect for the land, the soil, the ancestors, and nature. And a lot of the rest of our country has lost that. What you guys have the potential of is being the prototype to show the rest of the world how it's done. We can look at California, as Dr. Malone pointed out, and we can, or I think it was actually, maybe it was Dr. Cole who pointed out that the most autism. And so we can look at that and say, okay, that's interesting how that correlates. One of the most draconian when it comes to vaccine laws and the most harmed when it comes to health. We can do the opposite here on this beautiful island, this paradise, is to become 70,000 people strong, to become the prototype to show the rest of the world when the people stand up in the name of community, culture, family, and our children. We want to show the rest of the world this is what it looks like when we do things right. And that's why we're here tonight. So despite the fact that that at this point, 100% of every claim made within the pandemic series has been validated as accurate, there are still people out there that just can't accept the fact that COVID was a planned attack against humanity. And how many of you know people that just still can't accept that? I know, it's tough. One of the key barriers where people still get stuck is around the misconception that all hospitals, nurses, and doctors were in on it. I still get people telling me this too, like, dude, I get it, like something weird happened. I used to disagree with you in 2020. In 2021, I started to wake up, but I still can't get past the fact that how in the world did they get all these professionals to participate in something like this? They don't. And this is why I'm going to break this talk down for you tonight so you understand what to look for moving forward, how they actually do this. Large-scale psychological operations are typically executed by a handful of powerful people. People who understand human behavior to such a degree that they know just how to trick the masses into unwittingly following their plan. It is a well-known phenomenon known as mass formation. Similar to the way one dog can corral dozens of sheep, the shepherds of mass formation know just how to manipulate entire countries to participate in their own destruction. Until we understand the tricks of this very dark trade, we will remain vulnerable to the destroyers of everything good and beautiful. COVID-19 was the first global psychological operation of its kind, but it will not be the last. In fact, if you pay close attention to the latest doom narratives, you'll find that the groundwork for the next pandemic is currently being laid. And I taught my kids when they were really young. We decided, my wife and I, we said, you know what, let's do an experiment here. We've never been parents before, but let's never lie to our kids. Let's not tell them about the Tooth Fairy or the Easter Bunny or Santa Claus or even that magic is real. We told them the truth. It didn't make magic any less entertaining. They love magic. They actually learned how to be magicians. But they understand that it's a trick. And we went through YouTube and watched all the how to do trick videos. And my kids reached a point where they can watch any magician and go, watch the left hand, Daddy. That's how he did it. He just pulled the card out of his pocket. They know what to look for. And we all need to understand that we can't fall for their dark magic anymore. We need to understand that it's all an illusion and all a trick. And so that's what we're going to do tonight. I'm going to walk you through a linear experience to illustrate exactly how they conned and coerced good people into doing very bad things. How they got honest and caring doctors to violate their Hippocratic oath to do no harm. So let's start in 2018. A drug called remdesivir was tested against Ebola. After 28 days, 53% of the people who participated in this trial died. Remdesivir caused respiratory issues and bodies to fill with fluid around the heart and in their lungs, and resulting in critical organ failure. Then in October of 2019, Johns Hopkins, the World Economic Forum, and the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation presented a tabletop simulation known as Event 201. And here's a clip from Plandemic 2. Is the video ready?
On behalf of our center and our partners, the World Economic Forum and the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, I'd like to extend a very warm welcome to our audience here in New York, as well as our larger virtual audience participating online today. The Event 201 scenario is fictional. Today's scenario is going to simulate meetings of a multi-stakeholder group called the Pandemic Emergency Board.
We're at the start of what's looking like it will be a severe pandemic. And there are problems emerging that can only be solved by global business and governments working together.
Event 201 was a scripted, multi-camera, live event that was broadcast globally via the internet. An event of this complexity and magnitude would take months to write, prep, and produce, placing the conception date at least 1 year prior to the actual pandemic.
There is no question that there will be a surprise outbreak.
Some countries have banned travel from the worst affected areas.
The president has made a decision to suspend all travel to the United Kingdom and Ireland.
Dis and misinformation circulating over the internet.
Across the world, misinformation about the virus is being shared online.
A significant demand for N95 masks and gloves are on the rise.
The demand for N95 masks to prevent the deadly airborne virus has surged.
We could eventually have 52 million treatment courses per year.
but it will take many months to get there.
We're still many months out from having something that we can really deploy to the public.
And 65% of those polled are eager to take the vaccine, even if it's experimental.
A new poll finds that 49% of Americans say they would get a COVID-19 vaccine should an effective one be discovered.
Leaders of global health and business have been seeding reality with fictional scenarios for several decades.
The scenario obviously is fictional.
1 year prior to Event 201, many of the same sponsors, hosts, and actors came together to produce a tabletop pandemic simulation for a fictional virus they branded Clade X.
1 year to produce a vaccine for this is too long.
We should have stockpiled, we didn't, but we're going to have to look at that vaccine question to see if we can speed up the delivery.
And if we do not have the public with us, we're in big trouble.
In 2010, the Rockefeller Foundation released a 54-page document called Scenarios for the Future of Technology and International Development. Page 18 features the pandemic scenario, Lockstep, a world of tighter top-down government control and authoritarian leadership, with limited innovation and growing citizen pushback. China's government was not the only one that took extreme measures to protect its citizens from risk and exposure. During the pandemic, national leaders around the world flexed their authority and imposed airtight rules and restrictions, from the mandatory wearing of face masks to body temperature checks at the entries to communal spaces like train stations and supermarkets. Even after the pandemic faded, this more authoritarian control and oversight of citizens and their activities stuck and even intensified.
So as you see there, Event 201 was a seed-sowing ritual to prime the minds of leaders of big business, medicine, and media so that when the pandemic was declared, they all marched in lockstep with the plan. August 19th, just 7 months before the world heard the first reports of a novel coronavirus, Dr. Kary Mullis, who won a Nobel Prize for inventing PCR technology, suddenly died. In the 80s and 90s, PCR testing had been weaponized during earlier epidemics, namely HIV/AIDS crisis. Dr. Mullis was adamant in informing the world that PCR was not invented to detect viruses. He warned that PCR could detect fragments of genetic material so minute and so harmless that a positive result told us nothing. Let's hear from the late Dr. Mullis himself.
And with PCR, if you do it well, you can find almost anything in anybody. It starts making you believe in the sort of Buddhist notion that everything is contained in everything else, right? I mean, because if you can amplify one single molecule up to something that you can really measure, which PCR can do, then there's just very few molecules that you don't have at least one single one of them in your body, okay? So that could be thought of as a misuse of it, just to claim that it's meaningful.
Guys like Fauci get up there and start talking, you know, he doesn't know anything really about anything, and I'd say that to his face. Nothing. The man thinks you can take a blood sample and stick it in an electron microscope, and if it's got a virus in there, you'll know it. He doesn't understand electron microscopy, and he doesn't understand medicine, and he should not be in a position like he's in. Most of those guys up there on the top are just total administrative people, and they don't know anything about what's going on. They've got a personal kind of agenda. They make up their own rules as they go. They change them when they want to, and they smugly, like Tony Fauci, does not mind going on television in front of the people that pay his salary and lie directly into the camera.
Had Dr. Mullis lived just a few months longer, he would have been one of the loudest voices against the misuse of his invention, kind of like Dr. Robert Malone was, reaching out to the people to let them know that this invention is being misused. November 17th, 2019, the first known COVID-19 case was reported in China. January 9th, 2020, the first death was reported in Wuhan. January 15th, the first U.S. COVID case was confirmed in Washington State. It was around this time that disturbing videos out of China began to spread on social media. Captured mostly on surveillance video, Chinese citizens were shown suddenly collapsing in the streets, some falling face first onto the pavement. How many of you remember those videos? It's really weird because no one's investigated that. No one has any idea what happened to those people. Clearly not a symptom of COVID. So what happened to those poor Chinese citizens? Well, we may never know. These clips were used to activate global panic. January 23rd, Wuhan, China is placed under lockdown. January 30th, the WHO declared COVID-19 a public health emergency of international concern. February 4th, the PrEP Act was invoked to shield vaccine manufacturers and medical professionals from all liability, including administering experimental drugs and mandating untested protocols. That same month, over $100 million of federal funding was allocated to study remdesivir's ability to treat coronavirus. The trials were completely fraudulent. A placebo was given to the sickest patients, while the other patients were given the remdesivir. So ultimately what this did was it showed that the clinical trials were able to claim that remdesivir was responsible for less mortality and shorter hospital stays. Then on March 11th, the WHO declared COVID-19 a global pandemic. Corporate media networks began flooding the airways with terror campaigns focused on the alarming surge in COVID cases. We all remember that. The fear was so intense that hospitals around the world exhausted their annual budgets to prepare for the rush of infected people. Many hospitals went as far as to designate multiple floors and even parking garages as COVID units. Mass numbers of ventilators were released. Nurses and doctors were flown in from all over the world and housed in expensive hotels and Airbnbs. And for a moment, these drastic measures appeared to be the right move as emergency rooms filled to capacity. But as it turned out, the initial surge was the result of people being so terrified that they rushed to the ER at first sign of symptoms related to cold and flu season. Once that rush was over, emergency rooms were eerily empty. People were too frightened to leave their homes. Surgeries and related admissions make up roughly 50% of a hospital's income, but regularly scheduled procedures came to a total halt. Let's play clip 3.
Welcome back. Hospitals in Indiana are preparing for the coming surge of coronavirus cases. That surge is expected to begin soon and peak sometime between mid-April and mid-May. So the state came up with a three-prong approach. Goal number 1, double the number of critical care beds available. Goal 2, double the number of ventilators. And lastly, increase the number of healthcare workers. The governor signed an executive order today allowing certain medical professionals who do not have an active license to practice.
We've canceled elective surgeries and elective outpatient services, and we've opened units that we've not used in a while.
The concern? The number of patients who come through the doors will overwhelm the capacity hospitals have.
We typically see about 250 patients a day in our emergency room, but that has decreased to an average of about 130 patients per day.
The doctors and nurses took out a 2-page ad addressed to the people of Wisconsin. It said, "Without immediate change, our hospitals will be too full." Yet we found hundreds of beds empty at Wisconsin's makeshift alternative care facility in Milwaukee.
One cancer nurse who asked us to conceal her identity, fearing discipline for speaking out, says the crush of COVID-positive patients never materialized.
Everybody was expecting this huge influx of patients with the COVID-19, and we're seeing the exact opposite at our hospitals.
The state started building an overflow care center in the Colorado Convention Center so that if hospital beds ever reached capacity, COVID patients could recover here. That never happened. Cases declined, and the beds sat empty.
There are just 7 patients at the alternative care site, with space for 530.
Hospitals all across Southern California are now empty.
The cost to keep the beds here and lease the space is $60,000 a day. That's roughly $1.8 million a month for empty beds.
There's parts of the hospitals where the lights are off. It's just so weird. We're the front line and all this, but yet, we're the ones that are possibly getting furloughed. It's just really strange.
The only sound here comes from the wind blowing the rope of the empty flagpole. The hospital lights are off, the parking lot deserted. Cole Sullivan, 10 News.
So now imagine being the director of a large hospital. You've allocated your annual budget to prepare for a battle that never happened. Short of a miracle, the hundreds of medical professionals your hospital employs will soon be out of work, and so will you. And then the miracle arrives. March 27, 2020, the largest economic relief package in U.S. history, the CARES Act, was signed into law. That same month, the National Institutes of Health
established the COVID-19 Treatment Guidelines Panel. All 15 members assigned to the panel had financial ties to Gilead at the time. Gilead Sciences is a biopharmaceutical company that developed remdesivir, by the way. In April of 2020, Chinese trials results were published in The Lancet, concluding that remdesivir was not associated with statistically significant clinical benefits. It doesn't work. They didn't mention the part that it kills everybody, but they did mention the part that it doesn't work. However, on April 29th, during a meeting at the White House, Dr. Fauci made the following announcement. The data shows remdesivir has a clear-cut, significant, positive effect in diminishing the time to recovery. What has been proven is that a drug can block this virus. On May 1st, despite its recorded lethality, the FDA granted remdesivir emergency use authorization. Then on October 22nd, the FDA granted remdesivir full approval for treating hospitalized COVID-19 patients. March 11th, 2021, President Bush signed into law the American Rescue Plan Act, which offered hospitals and healthcare facilities financial bonuses for following COVID-19 protocols and guidelines. With the threat of bankruptcy looming, hospitals now had a chance to survive. All they had to do was to comply with COVID guidelines. The American Rescue Plan Act was a hush money scheme used to discourage whistleblowing. Once the medical industry was forced into compliance, PCR test kit manufacturers directed laboratories to cycle each test as high as 40 revolutions. PCR technology is an amplification process similar to blowing up a photograph. Every time you cycle it, it brings you deeper and deeper into the image. Anyone with basic knowledge of PCR knows that a test cycled beyond the threshold of, say, 30 will eventually produce false positive result. The PCR test was used to create the appearance of a rapidly spreading virus. The vast majority of people diagnosed with COVID-19 never had it. Fear was the actual pandemic. While the numbers vary state to state and hospital to hospital, here's a snapshot of what the incentive packages looked like. For every patient diagnosed with COVID-19, hospitals received several $1,000s. If a patient was injected with remdesivir or other deadly drugs, that number increased. Put a patient on a ventilator, and that number went way up. Play the game well and receive $500,000 or more per COVID patient. This is how they got good people to do bad things. Let's call it what it is and what it was, and that is incentivized genocide. Over the past 5 years, I've interviewed countless doctors and nurses from hospitals all over the United States. Within the course of each interview, I asked this question. During the pandemic, how many patients within your hospital do you know of that died solely from COVID-19? What do you think they said? Not a single doctor or nurse could recall one patient that did not have other serious health conditions when they passed. They all shared similar horror stories about healthy people being admitted for minor injuries, who then were tested and diagnosed with COVID, then injected with remdesivir. When their respiratory system and kidneys began to fail, patients were placed on ventilators, and within days they were pronounced dead. I've also heard countless stories of patients entering the ER on the edge of death, but instead of receiving the end-of-life care they required, they were rushed through COVID protocols so they could be coded as COVID fatalities. Of the 7 million reported COVID-19 deaths worldwide, I wonder how many were the result of these deadly protocols. Later this year, I have a book and a new documentary coming out which chronicles in disturbing detail the horrors that took place in U.S. hospitals. Here's a scene from Bad Medicine.
This is exactly what happened before at the other hospital. As soon as I told somebody, like management, and tried to advocate for my patient, they take the patient away from me and then they move me.
I'm unfortunately known globally viral as the nurse that was in the break room sobbing, saying that they were murdering my patients.
All right, guys, I'm going to the unit. Let's see how they kill them there, okay?
if you only work in one unit, in one ICU, in one hospital, if you've never had anything to compare it to, you legitimately think that these protocols are saving lives.
I think they think they're doing the best they can because they're following the guidelines, and the guidelines must be good.
I heard it a million times. We have to follow the CDC guidelines.
Every time they would sit there and tell me that all they do is CDC guidelines with FDA-approved drugs. Ivermectin is FDA approved, hydroxychloroquine is FDA approved, yet they refused.
There were memos that went out through the health systems. I received them. Do not use ivermectin. Do not use hydroxychloroquine. Do not.
Recently, the American Medical Association announced they strongly oppose the ordering, prescribing, or dispensing of ivermectin.
No, you should not take hydroxychloroquine.
The FDA warns doctors the drug hydroxychloroquine is not effective.
Dr. Fauci said that if hospitals get any more overcrowded, they're going to have to make some very tough choices. That choice doesn't seem so tough to me. Vaccinated person having a heart attack, yes, come right on in. We'll take care of you. Unvaccinated guy who gobbled horse goo, rest in peace, Wheezy.
I'm just sorry I wasn't louder in the beginning. I should have been louder.
With all we've learned over the past 6 years, it baffles my mind to think that there are still some people in powerful positions pushing to mandate pharmaceutical poisons. It's even harder to believe that right here in Paradise, your governor is working hard to not only keep COVID-19 vaccines accessible to children, but to remove all exemptions so that vaccines can be mandated for any child that wants to attend school. Having had the honor of learning from the most qualified doctors and scientists alive, let me say this on the record. Injecting synthetic drugs into the bloodstream of healthy children is insane. To alter a child's brilliant and resilient natural system before it is fully developed is an act of evil. Now, if our children were becoming healthier year by year, there would be good reason to continue these practices, but they're not. Each new generation is becoming sicker and sicker. In the 1970s, 1 in 50 U.S. children had chronic health condition. Today, it's 1 in 3 U.S. children. 1 in 9 are diagnosed with ADHD. 1 in 5 suffer from allergies. 1 in 16 have asthma. In the 1970s, 1 in 10,000 children or more were diagnosed with autism. Today, it's 1 in 31. I recently had the honor of consulting on the documentary An Inconvenient Study with my friend Del Bigtree. It is about the first large-scale retrospective study comparing the long-term health outcomes of vaccinated versus unvaccinated children. It proved that children who were vaccinated have a 2.5-fold increase in the likelihood of developing a chronic health condition like asthma, atopic disease, eczema, autoimmune disease, neurodevelopmental disorders, and autism. But because the pharmaceutical industry is the largest contributor to advertising revenue in the mainstream media, and has the most power, the lobbying power in Washington, few people will ever know these facts. And despite the draconian censorship, people are waking up. They're waking up because they're witnessing too many of their friends and family members being diagnosed with things like turbocancers and myocarditis and all the other ailments that we're now witnessing coming up daily. 30 years ago, my brother was killed by a drug known as AZT, the remdesivir of the 80s and 90s. It killed hundreds of thousands of innocent people. And I bet you can guess who the pusher of that poison was. Dr. Anthony Fauci. The medical tyranny we're facing today is not new. This has been happening for decades. And we are the generation that will finally end it. But we are not going to die on this hill. We're going to flatten the son of a bitch and build a monument to the everyday heroes who are rising up and speaking out all over the world.
A monument to the mothers and fathers who are standing strong to protect their children. A monument to the brave medical professionals who continue to risk it all in the name of health freedom. And above all, a monument to the human soul. On October 27, 1917, Austrian philosopher and educator Rudolf Steiner gave a lecture titled The Fall of the Spirits of Darkness. Steiner spoke about the battle between spiritual forces. He warned that spirits of darkness would inspire a materialistic worldview that seeks to disconnect humans from their spiritual nature. In his own words, the time will come, and it may not be far off, when a vaccine will be found which will be administered as early as possible to prevent the human being from developing an awareness of soul and spirit. Materialistic doctors will be entrusted the task of removing the soul of humanity. The indestructible human soul has become a serious problem for those seeking total control over our bodies. The transhumanists have already mastered technologies that outpaced and outlast the human body and mind, but the human soul remains an unsolvable mystery. One thing that most major religions agree on is that the soul is a sort of conduit, a bridge between the material world and the divine. The soul cannot be studied under a microscope. It cannot be replicated or manipulated. It cannot be harvested as data, but it can be sold or given away. Every time we look the other way, every time we adapt to demoralizing internet trends, every time we ignore our instincts, every time we comply when we should resist, every time we lie, cheat, and steal, every time we choose profit over people, every time we remain silent when we know we should speak out, every time we choose tribe over truth, every time we choose hate over love, every time we doubt the brilliance and resilience of our God-given nature, we lose a piece of our soul. The founder of analytical psychology, Carl Jung, viewed the soul as the most essential, yet most neglected part of modern existence. He believed that modern man's greatest crisis was a loss of soul caused by an over-reliance on materialism. He warned that when we lose our soul, we become susceptible to mass-mindedness, losing our individual identity to the state or to collective movements. And on that note, enjoy this little shuck and jive musical propaganda in the key of C for collectivism.
No more cutting your own hair now. A vaccine's on its way. The vaccine and its means.
The doctor that was in charge of my case told me to get used to being handicapped, which, excuse me.
I never in a million years thought I would never be able to get up and go to the bathroom.
46% of all the deaths that had happened for vaccines over the last 31 years happened in the last 3 months with these COVID vaccines.
Where I lose my ability to talk and the full function of the right side of my body.
Family says the mother and grandmother was healthy before she got her shot and that her sudden death came as a shock.
I am in the hospital with heart complications from the COVID-19 vaccine.
The CDC has confirmed higher than normal cases
of heart inflammation in 16 to 24-year-olds.
A football player is dead
after collapsing
just hours after getting his second
dose of COVID vaccine.
Loved ones say the 17-year-old's heart stopped, suddenly collapsing.
The player collapsed during practice.
Collapsing during the game.
Collapsing on the tennis court.
He collapsed.
A player has just collapsed.
It seems that there's a second player who's collapsed.
This is unusual.
Never seen anything like this. Yeah, what's going on?
This has been something no one has ever seen before. There is some evidence that some sort of delayed reaction to COVID.
My son is dead because he took the vaccine. They're lying.
We are pro-vaccine and pro-science, which is why we agreed to let Maddie volunteer for the trial.
Why is social media so intent on censoring it?
No one is letting anyone know, no mainstream media, nothing. You have to dig and dig and dig to find anything, and even then you're called crazy.
Last week,
There were more deaths in America from the COVID vaccine than from COVID itself.
Breaking news from the FDA, which has just approved the emergency use of the Pfizer vaccine for children ages 5 to 11.
By the end of this year, Dr. Fauci believes there will be a vaccine available
for kids as young as 6 months.
And that means millions of young children can get their first dose right now.
We just want you guys to believe that this is real. We are real people experiencing these side effects.
It's a crazy thing to vaccinate them with something that is actually 50 times more likely to kill them than the virus itself.
We've been patient, but our patience is wearing thin.
What is the problem? Get over it.
Come on, people, just get the shot.
It's what we've been waiting for, to embrace all that life has in store. It's time to new memories. Once you got the vaccine, hug your family. It's time to hug your family. Feeling so really. Oh yeah, we're feeling so really. No lockdowns, we're free.
Just get a vaccination.
Are we going to let them get away with this again? I'm sorry, I can't hear. One more time. That's all we got to say. Thank you so much. It is an honor to be here. Mahalo. God bless us all.
Let's hear it for Mickey Willis.
Okay, so heavy. We're going to go into a little bit of light right now. And we're going to, this empty space is not empty. This is a frequency field. And the biggest thing that they want is for us to be afraid. And the frequency of fear is very low. But your heart is thousands of times more electric than your brain. And it's 6,000 times more magnetic. It actually pulls things to you when you are feeling the frequency of love. So that's what we're going to do right now, because we don't understand the actual power that we have with our heart and resonating the frequency of love and aloha. This is the state of aloha, yes? So I'd love for you guys to stand, because we've been sitting for a really long time. And the first thing I want you to do is connect to your own heart. Put your hands on your heart. And if you want to, you can close your eyes or keep your eyes open, whatever works for you. And I want you to breathe into your heart and feel your heart expand with your own breath. And then I want you to send yourself compassion. The Buddha says, you, more than anyone in the entire universe, deserve your love and compassion. So sending yourself compassion, because you've been through a lot these past 6 years, these past your entire lifetime. Every single person in this room could have a blockbuster movie about your life and the trauma you've gone through. So giving yourself compassion and love and understanding, because nobody on the planet really gets everything you've gone through. Take a deep breath into that. And now hold the hand of the person next to you, if you would. And feel that warmth immediately happen. It went right from your heart to that person, and sending that person compassion for their journey and the frequency and the trauma that they've had to experience in their life. You don't know everything that person's experienced, even if you've known them all your entire life. So sending that person compassion and love and feeling that frequency of aloha. Remember aloha? Remember that frequency of going in and seeing our children play in the water, hugging each other, laughing. The dolphins, that feeling when you see the dolphin for the first time, or the whale jumping for the first time. That frequency of aloha, of community, of potlucks, of hugging your family, of feeling safe, of laughing until you cry. Give yourself permission to remember this. This is our heart. This is the power of our heart. And we send this frequency, this feeling of aloha into the entire space, because this is not empty. Fish don't know they're swimming through water. We do not know we walk through energy every single day, every moment of the day. And we send this frequency of aloha out to the neighborhood. And it touches anybody who's alone right now, who's feeling afraid. We touch them with the frequency of aloha. We send this frequency out to all the Hawaii Islands. The frequency of aloha, and we see this beautiful white light of aloha that surrounds the islands, and it's pulsating with the heartbeat of Mother Nature, of Mother Gaia. Mother Gaia is a true consciousness. We are her cells, and she's a conscious being that we walk on every day, sending all of this frequency of aloha, of love, out to the mainland, out to Canada, out to Mexico. We send it to Europe. We send it to Ukraine. We send it to Gaza. We send it to Palestine. We send it to Israel. We send it to China. We send it to Australia. We send it to New Zealand. And it wraps around back to the Hawaii Islands. And we feel this whole planet, this beautiful aina, this beautiful water, the frequency of aloha, the frequency of love. Take a deep breath into that. And now we send this frequency of aloha and of love to all of the leaders around the world. We actually bind them with the frequency of aloha, with the frequency of unconditional love. That their hearts be turned to doing what is right for the people, for our keiki, for the aina, or they be peaceably removed from power, or they be removed in whatever way the movie wants to show us. We bring that frequency back to our own hearts, to this room, to all the ohana that are still here, the people that came, the people that wanted to come, and everybody that is here in the state of Hawaii, all the Hawaii Islands. We bring it back as the frequency starts with us, with our hearts, and we send it out, and it comes back to us. We feel the frequency of aloha, and we trust in our guided intuition. That is a frequency to the creator of love that has created everything. We trust in that divine creator. We also call forth any angels that they light up any path of anybody who is held against their will, that the path to freedom for our ohana be lit up so brightly that no evil can penetrate it. We call that forth now because we know collectively when we have a vision and we trust in that vision, we move forward, it manifests. So we breathe into that frequency of aloha, of peace, of harmony on the planet. We call it forth now. It is absolutely done. And we get to watch the movie as we are a character in this movie, following our guided intuition and trusting in the divine creator that put us here in the first place. Take a deep breath into that. Exhale. When you're ready, open your eyes, give somebody a hug. There's Q&A, and mahalo nui loa for staying.
And calling to the stage, Mickey Willis, Ryan Cole, Robert Malone. Okay, Robert, you got to quit shaking hands. Time to come up here. So I'm going to read out some questions. The person with the longest hair starts first. Oh, it's me. Okay, I'm first. Gotcha. So, good question. Dr. Cole, I heard that you have been involved in improving legislature for keeping vaccines optional in your state, which is Idaho. Have you had any success with it?
I had the privilege of being in Washington, D.C. a few weeks ago, and I know Robert goes there quite often as well. And in private conversations with leadership, at the federal level, they say, look, if things are going to change, it's going to change grassroots at the state level. What did the amazing work of my friend Leslie Manukian and the Health Freedom Defense Fund do in Idaho? And I had the opportunity to testify on this. We passed a bill in Idaho called the Medical Freedom Act. It is the one state in the nation right now where no medical procedure, no mask, no shot, no medicine, no anything that violates the biology of the human body can ever be mandated, nor can anybody be excluded from participation in a restaurant, in a shopping center, in a sports event, in a grocery store. It is law in the state of Idaho. And what are we doing with that? Well, we're encouraging other states to do the same thing. And state by state by state, We will reclaim the sovereignty of our bodies and of every citizen, and we will continue to live under the constitutional principle of we the people. They work for us. We don't work for them. So remember that. It can be done everywhere, and it started. This beautiful lei that we've been gifted, it didn't make itself. Some beautiful hands spent time and piece by piece by piece put this together. A law didn't just pass itself in Idaho or other states. People, piece by piece, worked together and made it happen. And it can happen, and it will happen here. Thank you.
Dr. Malone, did someone hijack your work in your invention and develop it into a bioweapon, and why?
Okay, so I guess start with the back end. Bioweapon is kind of, a bioweapon is as a bioweapon does. So I guess on that basis we can say that these products which have caused widespread harm, disease and death throughout the world, you can certainly interpret them as a bioweapon. I'm personally not there. I believe too much in people to think that Pfizer intentionally developed this together with the Vaccine Research Center at the NIH as a way to kill people. Now, some people have that opinion. That's their right to have that opinion. I think that what went on was perverse incentives, a lot of money, a lot of profit, the opportunity to basically get a monopoly on a technology platform that they believed could be used in a widespread basis for a lot of different products. I think that the folks, many of the people at these pharmaceutical companies passionately believe in what they're doing. Now, I disagree with them, but I don't think it serves us, and in some ways it damages us, to imagine that our fellow humans are so evil that they would intentionally cause death and destruction through their business practices. So that's just my choice not to believe that that's the case. I'm not saying that you have to follow me on that. Now, was the technology platform of the late 1980s, early 1990s that I was central in, it's actually substantially different from what is been deployed here. That was based on RNA that was as natural as I could make it. And regular RNA that's not modified with a bunch of synthetic pseudouridine in its backbone, when it's administered to a cell or to the body, only lasts for a short period of time. And so if it's creating a toxic effect, it's more like a drug. As a matter of fact, that was the initial invention disclosure of use of RNA as a drug, with the idea that you could administer it as a gene therapy technology. And because that's what I was doing. I wanted to cure pediatric inborn errors of metabolism, pediatric genetic disease. I wanted to cure genetic disease in humans. That's what I thought I was going to spend my career doing. And so the idea was that you could administer this like a drug, and it would be degraded. It wouldn't in any way affect the genome. And if it created a toxicity, you just wouldn't dose it anymore. But the product that ended up getting administered to so many of us, including myself, and causing so much damage, doesn't have those characteristics. It's a product that lasts in your body, in many cases, for months and perhaps even years. It's highly modified, and it's adulterated. That's fancy regulatory language for it isn't pure. It has contaminants that it's not supposed to have in it. And some of those contaminants, unfortunately, is a large amount of small DNA fragments. So did someone hijack it? Any technology that can be weaponized, can be utilized to make profit, will eventually, that will happen. Any technology that can be used as a weapon of war will be used as a weapon of war eventually. But that doesn't mean that Einstein is responsible for the atomic bomb and the atrocities associated with it. So did they hijack it? That's one way to look at it. I would say more like they disregarded the toxicity, which caused me to drop it in the 90s, and just obsessively pursued it because they believed that it could address an unmet need, which is to rapidly be able to develop and deploy a countermeasure against a newly emergent pathogen or an engineered biologic agent. And in the case of COVID, what we had was both a pathogen and an engineered agent. So they thought that they had the perfect scenario that was an exact fit to the technology as they developed it. But what we've all seen is it was premature. They got ahead of their skis, and they caused all kinds of damage, and did so in particular to the faith that many of us used to have, including myself, in the whole public health enterprise. I think what we've come to see is that our faith in the wisdom of these folks and the integrity of the system to protect you and me from harm was ill-placed. And now we have to fix that. So that's my comments about that one.
Well, the first thing I want to say is that I speak for myself and myself only, and these incredibly brilliant medical professionals on stage with me. I do not represent them, so whatever radical things I say do not reflect on these guys. I have a different perspective of that. What Dr. Malone said is absolutely true on a level. But we have to stop selling ourselves the illusion that this is all incompetence. We have to stop. As you see, the direction of my speech tonight was, it's really time that we understand how and why they do these things. Otherwise, we will never be able to identify it. I mean, what would we rather battle, a ghost or a dragon? A dragon, because we can see it and we can conquer it. But a ghost is invisible, and as long as we carry these invisible boogeymen around that we can't even see, they're able to continue doing what they're doing. So I want to say this. At one level, it is about profit, and it is about incompetence. But at the highest level, this handful of people that I talked about tonight in my speech, they recognized many decades ago that in the same way that our soul has become a problem for the transhumanists and the people that want to control our bodies, America has become a real problem. Not only the size of it, but our constitutional foundation that protects the individual is a big problem for those that want to control and centralize all power in the world. They've not been able to do to America what they've already done to almost every nation on this planet. And so it is the firewall. And a lot of countries know this. I've interviewed tons of people from Venezuela and Poland and all the other countries that have already been through this. And they say the same thing. I can't believe you Americans don't see what's happening. We lived through it, we can see it, and you guys can't. And this is exactly what they did to us. It's intentional. When you consider the fact that vaccines were free for a lot of people, when do they ever administer drugs for free, Big Pharma? There's a reason for it. We have fertility, as Dr. Malone mentioned. We have sperm counts dropping. What do you do with a nation of, 340 million people that also carry a pride, a certain American pride? you have to weaken them. You have to stop them from procreating. You have to bring down their numbers. You have to cripple their society so that they're too busy trying to survive on pharmaceutical drugs and dependent upon the system. You have to break down the American family so that the men no longer have anything to fight for. If you don't have children, you don't have a wife you love, you don't go to the front lines, you don't protect your country. This is psychological warfare. We are engaged in war. It's a spiritual war, and until we wake up to that, we will never know where the enemy is coming at us.
I'll vote for you for president.
Oh, God. No chance. I want to do something where I can be effective.
Safe and effective. Dr. Cole, did the COVID vaccine cause those rubbery clots?
Yes. Any other questions? Well, it's interesting because in 2020, the spike protein itself, amongst many, many other nerdy mechanisms that I won't, pathology nerd out on, the spike protein itself from the virus, which obviously was an engineered virus, the infection itself caused an increase in clotting. But once those shots rolled out, the amount of clotting increased beyond that. And there are many explanations now as to how they form and why they form, and we're understanding the biology of them and how hard they are to break down. And that's why I coined the term clot shot many years ago. And unfortunately, the technology itself, to Robert's point, has been changed and manipulated and become so synthetic that there are risks going forward as they try to use this for any other pathogens as well. Did it happen to everybody? Thank heavens, no. But is there a much higher percentage of these clots? Absolutely. And the silencing of the morticians that we're seeing it is really shameful by the media. The silencing of the physicians who are seeing it is shameful. But to Mickey's point, the truth is a dangerous thing. So all of us fly a lot, and we're grateful to be able to share what we do. But everywhere we fly, we hear something. If you see something, say something. And it's there. It's in front of our eyes. We see it. We say it. That's the truth. Telling the truth is supposedly a dangerous thing, but I think telling the truth is the only thing. Thank you.
Oh. For those of us who took the jab, what protocols do you recommend?
Okay, so I took the jab. I needed to travel and I couldn't travel. I had long COVID, and there was a promoted narrative that turns out to be false, that if you had these chronic symptoms after having been infected, and I was infected with Wuhan 1 at the end of February 2020, and I had those long haul symptoms of loss of stamina, breathing, and other problems. The logic was that if you took the product, then it would boost your immune response and it would clear those symptoms. That was a false narrative, is the kindest way I could say it. But it was a promoted false narrative. So I accepted the product after speaking to a colleague at the University of British Columbia, Peter Cullis, who, in my opinion, is the one that should have got the Nobel Prize if everybody was going to get a Nobel Prize for these products. So he got stiffed. I'm kind of glad to not have my name associated with these products in the context of the Nobel Prize Committee, so that was kind of a, there's a silver lining to that one. But Peter Cullis is the one that actually came up with a formulation technology that's used by Moderna and BioNTech or Pfizer. So I called him up. I knew him as a colleague, and I asked him about the nature of these formulations and the technology. He taught me what he had done and why he had done it. And he asserted to me in that phone call that the advances they'd made at the University of British Columbia led to a product that would stay at the site of injection in the draining lymph nodes. It wouldn't go all over your body, and that they'd solved the toxicity problems that had caused me to drop the technology a decade before. Was he lying, or was he just so passionate about his technology that he couldn't see the data in front of him? But I don't know. But he asserted to me that it was safe and that it would have these properties. So on the basis of that, I took the product. And I had major adverse events. It almost killed me. I had hypertension to 230, systolic, which is life-threatening, and a number of other symptoms. So what have I done? That's all I can say, because there's no officially approved protocols for how to overcome these things. Early on, there was a physician scientist who was experimenting with various ways to break up these clots. And he was on conference calls with the small group of doctors that myself and Dr. Cole and some others participated in, a group catalyzed by another physician in Texas. And he revealed that this particular enzyme that cuts up proteins, a protease called nattokinase, that's derived from, many of you that have traveled to Japan, you will know that the Japanese eat this stuff that I can't tolerate, called natto. It's a fermented product, and natto includes a particular enzyme, nattokinase. And nattokinase was demonstrated by this physician scientist to be able to break down some of these clots in a test tube. And it's proven that nattokinase is orally bioavailable to some extent, which is a fancy way of saying if you take it by mouth, some of it gets into your blood. And so it was reasonable to infer that by taking nattokinase, the purified enzyme from natto, that could help break up some of these. It's not just the big rubbery clots, it's the microclots that are really also problematic because they block your microcirculation, which is where the bad stuff comes out of your body and the oxygen and the good stuff goes into your body and is in the microcirculation. And so these microclots can block that, and that is absolutely associated with the clot shot. It's not just those big rubbery slugs that the surgeons pull out, and they're the DNRs and those involved in the embalming industry find. So natto, I started taking nattokinase, and now it's part of various formulations that are sold by certain companies. None of that is FDA licensed. So it's not really been studied. That's the scientific basis for it, is that in the test tube, nattokinase can break down these aberrant clots, and we know that it is orally bioavailable. And if you take too much of it, particularly if you are on other anticoagulants, it can cause you to bleed. Just like you can have problems with bleeding and stroke, wet strokes, if you're taking too much of your anticoagulant drug. So nattokinase does get into your bloodstream. It does have a biochemical property of breaking up these clots. It can be abused. It can lead you to have other medical complications. Steve Kirsch, some of you may know, perhaps experienced some of those complications with his eyes. That's something that I did. I'm not advising that you take it. It is readily available. You can buy it from Amazon. You want to get the most pure stuff, and you want to look for whether or not It's been tested for purity by any of the standard testing labs. You just don't want to buy it from somebody cooking it in their garage. Probably the most important thing that I did to overcome my long COVID symptoms is I changed my diet and I dropped about 50 pounds. It was it's taken literally years. But Jill and I really changed how we were eating. We were committed vegetarians for decades, but we'd gotten hooked on highly processed, highly processed foods aren't just what folks that eat at McDonald's get. There's highly processed vegetarian products. And for convenience, we got hooked on those. And we live busy lives. And we love pasta, and we love bread, and we had a high-carb diet. And my physician, my newer physician that I started going to in my local regional area, another one of the docs, less celebrated, that provided early treatment, for instance, for people with COVID, Dr. Brooke Miller. He happens to also be a fifth-generation Black Angus Virginia farmer. And he said, Robert, you've really got to get off this vegetarian diet. It's not doing you any good. You got to switch over to a more meat and high-protein, animal protein-based diet. And the truth is, it made a big difference. So dropping weight, changing your diet, eating right, getting exercise, taking these supplements, consider nattokinase. I'm not giving you medical advice, but if you do have those symptoms of pulmonary insufficiency in breathing and those kinds of things that indicate that you might have some microclot problems, it's an option. But people ask me I have haters on the internet that pester me almost daily of, Dr. Malone, how come you haven't invented this technology to fix the problems of the vaccines? And as if I could just wave a wand. And I'm sorry, I've been out of the laboratory for 30 years now, so can't do it. I do what I can. So that's what I've done. If you're having those symptoms, and even if you're not, I look out here and what I see, frankly, are people that don't represent the average American. I don't see people here that are really heavy. I think that this island perhaps fosters a wellness lifestyle. You probably wouldn't be in this island if you weren't committed to health and the environment and living a healthy life. So I'm not seeing, what I see when I fly back from Europe and drop into American airports, which is, always I'm stunned by how heavy people have gotten. So I think the most important thing you can do is take care of yourself and eat a good diet, keep your weight down, get plenty of exercise. Vitamin D, with zinc in particular, and magnesium. And remember that, bless your hearts, you live in paradise. You probably get plenty of sun. When you get to a certain age, your vitamin D conversion kind of flatlines. And if you go to your doctor and you say, hey, I'd really like to know what my vitamin D level is, and they tell you that, I'm sorry, I'm not going to allow you to take that test. My personal advice, go find another doctor. It's good to know what your vitamin D levels are, and that they need to be, the norm that's established, dietary and accepted by most physicians in the United States is the level of vitamin D to prevent you from getting major diseases like rickets. And it's not adequate to support good health of your immune system. So you got to go higher. and that's just the way it is. So those are that's not me giving you medical advice. I'm just saying that's what I did for me. Okay?
Robert knows I want to give him a hug for talking about vitamin D, so thanks for doing that. I'm not going to wax eloquent, but just a few other things. Like he said, sunshine, 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 and then after you get sunshine, get some more sunshine. And then in this room right now, if there's 100 people, if I put a needle in you and test you right now, 75% of you are dehydrated. And we don't hydrate adequately, and we don't sleep adequately in our society, and we're exposed to too much toxic blue light. Follow the cycles of nature, follow the cycles of light, eat as close to the nature and earth as possible, get all the junk out of your diet, get all the junk out of your mind, and stay in community. It's so good for your microbiome, for your health, for your mental wellness, but it's good for your individual wellness to have a community. And here's the good news. Most people aren't vax injured that did take the shots. A Zogby poll of 100 Americans showed that after the shots, 15% had a new chronic medical condition. But that means 85% didn't. A lot of the batches were essentially duds based on some of the Denmark studies. Most people are okay. That is a bullet dodged for a lot of people. A lot of people are injured. That's not good. The medical system isn't going to save you. You have to do the things for your own health first. As Robert said, I mean, yeah, I'm looking at this room going, man, I wish most of America looked like this room does. So, you know, you have the opportunity, the best doctor you will ever meet, and Robert's going to laugh because I've used this tons of times, that you will ever meet is in this room right now. And it's not me, and it's not him, it's you. Nobody knows your body better than you. And nobody is going to care for your body better than you. You only get 15 minutes with your doc, but you can do all the things to bring health and vitality back to your life if you make it your focus and choose to do it. Be your own best doctor.
This one's for Brother Mickey. Thank you for this. Oop, gotta go away. Thank you for this galvanizing discussion. Many here sense the vaccine debate is only the surface of a much deeper convergence. Technology, technocracy, population level control, fifth generation warfare, and persistent eugenic thinking playing out amid a profound public cognitive dissonance. Whoa.
Yes.
Next question.
Yes, of course. Of course. I mean, if we can't see that by now, we're not looking. We're trying not to see it by now. And of course it is. As I kind of already said this up here during this Q&A. It is the harsh reality that we're facing right now. And it is harsh. It's hard for us as the people who just want to live our lives and raise our children. And when we really look at what God provided for us on this planet, life is meant to be so easy. This planet grows all the food and medicine that we need. And I always baffle at the idea that not only does it grow all the food and medicine that we need, but it's often in the shape of the exact organ that it's meant for. As if God was like, someday, children, you're going to lose your way, so let me make this thing called a walnut, which looks like a mini brain. It has two hemispheres, a left and a right, and it's good for your brain. Let me make this avocado that looks like a cervix, and it just happens to be good for the cervix. Here's a bell pepper with 4 chambers, looks just like a human heart, and it's good for the heart. And here's a carrot, crack it open and look at the inside, and it looks just like the pupil of your eye, and guess what it's good for? And it's all in primary colors like Legos. Because God knew that somehow we would lose our way. And there it is, right there growing from the ground. And we have all these other people that want to create synthetic alternatives to everything. We have all the energy that we need. Anyone who talks about population issues is a liar. Real quick breakdown. 29% of this earth is land. The rest is water. 7% of that 29% is not inhabitable. It is high desert, it is Arctic, it is just not inhabitable by humans. So that leaves us with, what's the number, 22%? We currently inhabit about 2% of that inhabitable land. And so the ones talking about population problems and all of that are the people who want to cram us into cities so we can be surveyed and controlled. That's what's happening. They don't want us to go out. They should be teaching us homesteading and how to grow our own damn food and get out. No, go that way. Don't come in. Get out there. Get out in the land. Get some property. If the states really cared, if the governments really cared, that would be the plan. Every child would have to learn farming. Right? And so that's just proof that this is what's taking place. And so we have to again. But I also live in a world where I believe with every fiber of my being that this is a co-created experience that we, in some unconscious, subconscious way, chose to come into this experience to be the ones who get to actually do something about it. Whether it's something we feel that we want to do or not is not the point. It's that it's here, and so are we. And so we're charged with the task and the privilege of getting to do something that's so meaningful as to save your nation, to save your family, to save your life, and to save humanity. Humans need a puzzle. We need a riddle. We need to figure things out. We need to do something meaningful. And purpose has been stripped from most of our lives for generations. And now we have the deepest and most urgent purpose we could ever have together. So the question is, at what point do we recognize that, unite, and do what we came here to do?
Words of inspiration. What he said. Ditto that one. Aloha. My question is in regard to how to respond to others who believe that herd immunity, I call it nerd immunity, but herd immunity. What are these facts to debunk this idea of mandating vaccines in order to have herd immunity? To say personally sovereignty receives a backlash, that it's only selfishness. To speak of science, please speak to the science that would make or prove herd immunity is a myth, if any.
I'll just say I heard there's immunity, and I'll let Robert go.
All right, so this is a nerdy question, and somebody is asking, bless their hearts, to dive into that question, because the term herd immunity has been weaponized, just like the term safe and effective has been weaponized by people that don't really know what they're saying. Okay, so first off, basically the person is asking me to debunk the idea of herd immunity. Herd immunity is really a fairly complex technical topic having to do with epidemiology. So I'll give you, let's start with a couple of simple ideas. This is the truth. Any immune response against an infectious disease, whether it be vaccines or, quote, natural immunity, can be overcome by a sufficiently large dose of the pathogen. Anybody of any integrity in the vaccine space knows that this is truth. If I take an animal model and I vaccinate them or I infect them and allow them to recover and then challenge them with a large dose of whatever that pathogen is, it will overwhelm them and they will get disease, and with a sufficiently large dose they'll probably die. Okay, so the whole idea of herd immunity as something that will protect you from any infection from that agent is just false. It's all a question of dose, and it's a question of the potency of whatever that immunogen is, whether it's natural immunity from a prior infection. It's a question of how durable that immune response is, how long, which is immunospeak for how long is it effective. And when you actually get into what constitutes herd immunity, it has to do with how you're going to define it. The technical definition that's accepted is it's the level of protection in a population that will result in a situation in which, with an average infectious dose, the ability of that virus or pathogen to spread to other people becomes less than 1-to-1. So if I'm infected and and on average, because I'm coughing and walking around and shopping in the grocery store, I infect 2 other people, okay? Then you can appreciate that we have a indication of infectiousness of, let's give it a number of 2. But if I introduce something, if the population has enough of a immune response or protection against that agent so that on average I infect less than 1 person, then the infection will die out. That's what herd immunity means. And it's very much a function of how, not only the dose, but how infectious that agent is. Measles is wickedly infective. Normally, if in an unvaccinated population, or people that haven't previously had measles, a naive population, if I have measles and I'm moving into that community, I will infect between 8 and 12 other people, who will then infect between 8 and 12 other people, and it spreads like wildfire. So in order to knock that down so that on average less than 1 person is infected by the index case, the person that has measles initially, you've got to have something that's super effective, because it's got to overcome that enormous infectious pressure of the measles virus. And that turns out to be a hard thing to achieve. It takes a very potent agent to provide that level of protection. In the case of COVID, what we had was a series of lies. Tony Fauci, who's not an epidemiologist, basically made a series of wild guesses about if we had 50% of the population, 60% of this population, 70% of the population took the vaccine, 80% of the population. I mean, there's video clips of montages of Tony Fauci, kind of repeatedly guesstimating and telling everybody that that's what we got to do, because they didn't actually know the number. And the infectious pressure of COVID, of SARS-CoV-2, was changing all the time, because it was evolving in the face of a leaky, poorly effective vaccine to become more and more infectious. And that's what happened. So this whole narrative of herd immunity, if we only take a certain amount of, certain number of us have accepted the vaccine, then we will reach this nirvana where it won't be able to spread in the population. That's technically, it could have been calculated. It might have been achieved with a good enough vaccine, which we didn't have. Coronaviruses are notoriously hard to build a vaccine against. Even as many of you know, I mean, probably most of the people in this room have had more than 1 infection with SARS-CoV-2. I know I have. Even natural immunity doesn't, with this coronavirus, and with, by the way, the beta coronaviruses that are circulating all the time. It's one of the common cold causes. They don't provide enough of a robust natural immunity to prevent you from subsequent infection. That's just the way it is. So we're never going to be able to achieve herd immunity for influenza or beta coronaviruses or SARS-CoV-2 or a lot of these other highly, rapidly mutating respiratory viruses. That's just the way things are. Fortunately, we have an adaptive immune response. So the author of this question is asking, well, can you debunk herd immunity? Herd immunity is an epidemiologic concept that can be calculated and modeled and estimated, but in real life, it's academic. It really is a kind of a theoretical concept that can't be achieved because of all these other variables. And so what happened and continues to happen is that you have people that don't really understand it, but will mouth the words and use that to promote policies that they want to promote. And Mickey and I are aligned. I was saying that the average person working in these pharmaceutical companies, I don't think was intentionally trying to create a weaponized biopathogen. But we're also aligned that there are some wicked people in this space that did not act with integrity, is the nicest thing I could say. And Anthony Fauci is one of them. I mean, I've lived under the shadow of Anthony Fauci my entire career. I have seen him lie again and again and again. I have seen him break the rules, things that he has done over time. I would have been blacklisted out of the profession. There are people in power who are able to get away with a variety of nefarious things in their obsession and quest for power, and Tony kind of embodied that. And the people that mouth these words like herd immunity or safe and effective, some of them know that they're lying. Some of them are just emergency room physicians who manage to grab political power and don't really know what they're talking about. I hope they've answered the question.
Yeah, and real quick on that, disease will always be amongst us. There will always be disease, and nature is complex, biology is complex, viruses mutate, so the whole construct that we're going to stamp out all disease is crazy. We never will. And I mean, going back to Fauci real quick, in 2018, what did he say? Natural infection is the mother of all vaccines. And so the fact that we're always going to get sick with something, there's always going to be something circulating. So again, go back to being your own best doctor, take care of your health. You're going to get sick, you're going to get over it if you're healthy and well. And so I agree with Robert 100%. It is an academic question that's used for argumentative purposes, but at the end of the day, there will always be disease, plain and simple.
I have heard experts say that life is the leading major cause of death.
No. I concur that life is the leading cause of death. Yes. Yes.
No.
Is there a cure for that?
Transhumanism is going to make it so that we live forever.
Oh, that's right. I can freeze my brain in a jar like some old sci-fi. Oh, I forgot about that. Yeah, never mind.
That QR code right there on the wall is if you're all ready to get chipped, we have a van outside and just hit that QR code and no, I'm fine.
Woman writes, I grew up with one vaccine for smallpox. I am 81 and healthy, and having measles, chickenpox, and whooping cough as a child without side effects. I chose not to travel instead of giving the COVID shots. But some in my circle are still concerned with shedding. What have we learned about shedding? That's probably your department, Ryan.
Well, I have lots of sheds on my farm. Shedding happens. It happens with lots of vaccines like pertussis. There are a lot of weakened, killed vaccines, and you get the shot, and yet you can still get the infection, spread the disease, and or get the weakened vaccine, weakened virus, and still spread that. Shedding happens to a degree. It's been proven. Bancel, Journal, I think, of Immunology or Journal of Immunity showed that we make little fat bubbles called exosomes. Spike protein was shown to be bound to those and circulating for months on end, which was at first thought to be a good thing, but we breathe out exosomes. We are all Pigpen in the cartoon Peanuts. We all have our own cloud of microbes, and that's why being in community is important, because we're always sharing microbes and testing each other's and training each other's immune system. That's why self-isolating is never a good idea. But the other thing, you know, the majority of people have already had COVID. COVID, like Dr. Malone mentioned, this virus, this family mutates quickly, and over time, that's why it's hard to vaccinate against this family of viruses, for one. But two, 97% of people have had COVID. And so if somebody is shedding, chances are you've already built, as Dr. Malone mentioned, an innate immune response to it. So even if you're exposed to a small dose of that protein being, you know, shed upon you in a small quantity, your immune system is competent enough to say, oh, I recognize that, I've already had that, or I've had something very similar to it. And you may get, you know, some sniffle or symptom for a day or two. There are certain individuals that, yes, are still making abundant protein a couple of years later, but that's a small percentage of people based on the studies we have so far. So based on the fact that the majority of people aren't getting these boosters anymore, thank heavens, I don't think it's as high of a risk as it was 4 or 5 years ago, thank heavens. So it's not something I worry about. Is it scientifically proven to happen? Have we seen the mRNA in sweat glands? Yes. Have we seen spike protein in sweat? Yes.
And breast milk.
And breast milk. I mean, yes, it is shed, period. End of story. How much that can affect an individual isn't well studied, because it would have to be pretty high quantities being shed upon an individual compared to a natural infection. And so, you know, science hasn't delved into it much. The fact of it is, yes, it happens. Is it a huge issue for most people? Probably not.
Yeah, I want to add a couple things. So the honest truth is that there have been a pretty large number of lies promoted about vaccines over time. And they're of the, you know, justified as noble lies. This is this concept that leaders in government and public policy, that it's acceptable to lie about something, once again, for the greater good. It's utilitarian in concept. So to illustrate the point, of course, you all know that the live attenuated polio vaccine has cured polio, right? Okay, so number one, the majority of polio in the world right now is from mutations and reversions of the live attenuated polio virus vaccine. Number two, the way that polio virus vaccine, live attenuated polio virus vaccine really works, to the extent that it works, and it works pretty good, except for these mutation problems, is that when your child takes that product, orally often, they get a little case of infection with poliovirus. It's a weakened poliovirus. It replicates in their gut. It passes in their feces, not to get too cryptic, and other people around them get that vaccine. It actually spreads through shedding, and that plays a major role in how effective it was. So there's a long history. That's just one example. There's many cases of vaccine products that were administered that spread through the population to people that never agreed to receiving that product. But this never got talked about. It still doesn't get talked about because, once again, it's considered, well, that would cause vaccine hesitancy, and it's for the greater good that we allow this to happen. So shedding happens. It's been happening for decades and decades and decades. It plays a role, particularly in the live attenuated virus vaccine world. And it's been kind of silently accepted. The one that I worry about is the self-replicating RNAs, because those are virus-like. They're derived from viruses. And I just don't think it's acceptable to be deploying a new vaccine technology into a population where it potentially will spread to people who haven't chosen to accept that product. And I think that we need, the FDA need to be much more rigorous about ensuring that these products can't be transmitted from one person to another person, and it falls into that category that I was talking about. You have the right, you should have the right to control what goes into your body. And if it's a synthetic product like a self-replicating RNA, that means that you have the right to not unintentionally receive something because somebody else accepted it. So I think, one of the reasons why the FDA and the industry were so adamant that this RNA technology is not gene therapy, even though it is, gene therapy applied to vaccination, is because if it was recognized as a gene therapy, the guidance ensures that they must do shedding studies. And they didn't want to do shedding studies because it would take time and it would cost money. And so they just said, well, we can do a workaround by just denying the truth and saying this is just like any other vaccine product, and therefore we don't have to do shedding studies. And the consequence of that is that we still are arguing whether or not it's happening because the FDA didn't do its job. That's the blunt truth. So that's my comment about shedding. Is a lot of this comes back to, I'll just say it, Peter Marks, who was a true believer. He was the two people that created Operation Warp Speed. Was the head of the Center for Biologics Evaluation and Research, Peter Marks, who went off to receive a very big salary after he left the FDA recently. And one of our top biowarfare experts. And they are both true believers. Somehow we got to create a system in which people like that can't circumvent and pervert the intention. Because in my opinion, that's the other thing that really pissed me off. It wasn't just the medical ethics. It was that the industry that I had trained in and was committed to and had spent a large fraction of my life learning my craft, the rules and regulations that I had had to live by were just thrown in the trash can. All based on the logic of a crisis that wasn't a crisis, a manufactured crisis, as Mickey has pointed out. And you want to know what fuels my anger? My sense of I'm mad as hell and I'm not going to take it anymore, which fuels why I travel to Hawaii from the East Coast, is this is just not right. And I'm doing everything I can to stop it. So shedding is a problem. It's existed silently as a recognized but not acknowledged aspect in the vaccine technology space. And I think it's allowing that is unethical because it violates the sovereignty of the individual to decide whether or not to accept a medical product. Over.
From Poland, And he ended up with a Nobel Prize, but not for physics, but for peace. Because he had a what have I done moment. So the question I'm asking is, what is the moral compass for all those guys that are scientists, that are educated, whatever, and produce this? I mean, you don't go and murder people because you can't get away with it. You murder it because you're not doing it because it's not a thing to do. So I think that angle needs to be addressed too. What is the morality?
So, are you familiar? Since I've spent a fair amount of time in Romania now, and I appreciate where you're coming from. I think. Are you familiar with the work of Hannah Arendt? Okay, there's a book, Eichmann in Jerusalem, that speaks about the trials and introduces the concept of the banality of evil. That there is there are humans who basically rationalize what they're doing, as Eichmann did, as just following orders, is a simple way to put it. In a very banal, run-of-the-mill way, they are part of a system and they just violate ethics that you and I would find abhorrent. They're those. In my experience in this technical space, biotechnology, virology, gain of function, etc., there's a cadre of people that believe that they have the right because they are so intelligent and so skilled. They somehow are entitled to play with life in this way. In their quest for knowledge, power, fame, Nobel Prizes. The Nobel Prize distorts science in a very significant way and leads people to do things that are amoral. And there is absolutely a cadre of biologists that believe that they have the right to engage in this kind of research, and that the likes of you or I, who are somehow lesser in intelligence or training or status or whatever, don't have the knowledge and experience and insight and intellect to be able to supervise them or to control them in any way. And that evil, which is a very ego-driven thing, absolutely pervades modern molecular biology and virology. And it is just as threatening and wicked as anything that had to do with the development of thermonuclear weapons and the advancement of that technology. So this absolutely exists, and I'm not quite sure how to put the genie back in the bottle. So have I addressed your question? Yeah, it's a cultural thing. And it goes back to whether or not people were trained at an early age to respect life and their fellow human.
So I'm going to do one last question, and then I'm going to ask Mickey to close it out with something interesting and leave us some words of wisdom. And where was that question at? Dang, it was right here. You remember
my
the
first
question.
words of wisdom would be to keep track of your questions.
Well, maybe that doesn't matter. Mickey, would you close us out with some words of wisdom?
Well, I appreciate that opportunity. The question, I happen to have cheated and looked at it, and so it was something around What do we do? How do we reach the people that are just dug in and still won't accept and won't listen to any of what we're listening to tonight? And I like that question a lot. It's a very, very important thing, because at this point in this experience, if they're not awake to it by now, they don't want to be. They really don't want to be. And they're serving a role that isn't your role. And so first thing I want to say is meet them where they are with love. Thank you. Meet them where they are with love, because one of the most important things for us to do is to unite. And so one way that has kept me from being angry at the people that have come against me is to realize we're both motivated by love. I'm doing what I do because I love my children, I love all children, I love my wife, and I love this life. They're doing what they do because they think I'm a defender of that. I am a destroyer of that. They were told that we are killing grandmothers, that we are the dangerous ones. So they're standing for the love of their life. And they're just misinformed of what's really going on. But we all play a very unique role in this experience. And so try to look at your loved ones. My mother and father-in-law, triple vaxxed. They got very lucky. My father, triple vaxxed. He's right now in palliative care. His girlfriend went right into dementia. She has no idea who she is or who any of us are. But having the experience of losing a brother to AZT and 34 days later losing my mother, who was my best friend, to bad cancer treatments, got me over one of the greatest fears that stop us from living, and that is the fear of death. And so when this experience that we're having right now, as unwanted as it might be, is also helping us to evolve past this primal terror of death, of our own mortality. We're going to experience more death than we ever thought we would experience. And so anything that's ever been memorable in this experience we call life, has always been met with great sacrifice. The heroes that have brought us to this point in the modern world, there has been so much sacrifice. So instead of looking at the ones who are dug in as dumb, as irritating, or whatever it is, God works in mysterious ways, and they're playing a role, and they're actually making a sacrifice to help the rest of us see further than we've ever seen before. And so love them where they are, and sooner or later, the more you push them, the more they're going to dig in, and the harder it's going to be for them to come back when they actually have the only thing that's going to wake people at this point is direct experience. When they have a problem, when they see too many people have a problem, but the more you push them, the more they dig in with their ego, the lesser of a possibility they're ever going to have to say, actually, okay, I've been wrong for 6 years and you were right. So many people won't do that. So love them where they are, mom, dad, uncle, sister, brother, neighbor, whatever it is. I respect your decision to choose what you choose. That's what we're here for tonight, right? The ability to choose. Optional. Keep vaccinations optional. So let them have their own options in the world too. Love them where they are. Thank you so much, really, everybody. Thank you for being here, for your time and attention.
And thank you all. And with that, we will conclude today's program. Thank you, Kauai, for coming out, staying 4 hours. Yeah.